talking, read alouds, music. We hear. See, what goes into the ear are vibrations. Those vibrations are changed to neural impulses that are sent to the brain. So when you hear mommy singing and you hear the dog barking, does the ear know that's mommy? No, the ear knows nothing. What learns the meaning of those vibrations? It's the, say it with me, the brain. How does the brain know? Exposure, practice, language, the brain learns the meaning of those vibrations. So what's hearing loss? Hearing loss is a doorway problem. The ear is the doorway to the brain for sound, that is auditory information. Hearing loss of any type or degree obstructs that doorway, preventing these vibrations from getting to the brain where learning actually occurs. If there's just a little doorway blockage, we might call that a mild hearing loss. If the doorway is mostly closed, we might call that deaf. It's a doorway problem, right? So fortunately, we have technologies. What's the purpose of the technologies? Hearing aids or implants or remote microphone systems. The purpose is to get this information through the doorway to the brain. There's no other reason to wear the technology. And the choice of technology depends on what's happening in the doorway. And the doorway can change. It can get more closed. And in fact, over 50% of early onset hearing losses do get worse, meaning the doorway closes more and we need to technology from a hearing aid to a cochlear implant if the family's desired outcome is listening in spoken language, right? We've got to get to the brain. There's no other way for a child to learn to listen and talk. So, hearing is brain perception of auditory information. Hearing is a first-order event for the development of spoken language. And see, here's the deal. The child were born with billions of neurons, but no connections between neurons. The connections between neurons are developed through environmental experience, through exposure to auditory information. And that's our visual doorway. We don't have earlids to close our auditory doorway. Our auditory doorway and our auditory brain is open for sound 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So when we talk about auditory development, what's really at stake? There's two related processes. One is the actual physiological development of the auditory brain by coupling the primary to the secondary auditory cortex.
So there's a lot of basic science research we can talk about, but we have to create synaptic pathways and connections between neurons. And the second related process is the figurative growth of a child's data files of knowledge. You see, when
information, auditory information gets through the ear doorway to the brain, we are creating knowledge. The child is learning stuff, right? This is just a cartoon of the auditory connectome from some of Kroll's research. So I just wonder, do you think that most children and families that we work with really know that the only purpose of wearing hearing technology is to deliver auditory information to their child's brain for growth of cognition and knowledge? Brain devices. So here's just kind of a cartoon of our hearing and listening system. We have vibrations from the environment, just vibrations that are picked up by the outer ear, sent through the ear canal, through the middle ear, the cochlea. Obviously, this is not drawn to scale. Up the eighth cranial nerve to the brain. The brain can only process data that it receives. What goes into the brain is what comes out.
If English goes in, English comes out, right? If Spanish goes in, Spanish comes out. You don't put Spanish in and get French out.
Right? If clear speech goes in, clear speech comes out. Garbled goes in, garbled comes out. If any of the children you're working with have garbled speech, the very first thing we have to check is the doorway and their doorway device. What is getting into the brain? So I want to kind of show how this input-output mechanism actually works. I'm going to play 2 audio clips of what oral, and I'm saying oral outcomes, used to be like. These clips were made in 1982. And these, in 1982, these are college students, right? So if these clips were made in 1982, when were these young people born? It was in the 60s. Right? 60s, 1960s. Did we have newborn hearing screening or digital hearing aids or cochlear implants? We did not. So I'm going to play these clips. Their speech is not intelligible. Oral meaning we had to only use visual because we couldn't get through the doorway. If that doorway was mostly closed, we didn't have a way to breach the doorway to get information to the brain. So you'll hear how they sound. Well, it's not intelligible. And it's not because the person couldn't speak clearly, it's that they didn't have access to auditory information for neural development. Then I'm going to play a video clip of what's possible today, as you know from the children you work with. So here's the first clip. It's not intelligible. It is not to make fun of anyone. No one sounds like that in this day and age. So I'm going to play the second clip. And again, this is because the brain had access to only a little tiny bit of distorted information. What goes in is what comes out. So that's what it is. Those of us who have been working many, many years with children with hearing loss know that in the olden days, too many children sounded like that because we couldn't get to their brain early enough with good enough technology to develop and integrate auditory neural pathways. Well, thankfully, the world has changed. I'm going to play a tape of some children introducing themselves. These are children who were born also profoundly deaf, but they were born at a different point in time and had access to technology that can develop their brain. There's no captioning, they're just introducing themselves.
My name's Katie Douglas and I attended Hearing Say Centre when I was 5 months old.
Hi, I am Jamie Lee Lewis and I'm 17 and I came here at Hearing NC when I was 1 year old and there was only 5 students with dementia at that time.
Hi, I'm Gina Preston, and when I first went to Hear and Say, I was 2.5 years old.
My name is Bill Raymond. I'm 24 years old and I've been going to the Hear and Say Centre for about 14 years.
My name is Darcy and this is my sister Claudia. She is 4.5 and she'll be turning 5 and I am 9.
So the reason I played the tape from Australia is they're speaking with an Australian accent. What goes in and what comes out. If they were born in the 60s, those children, they likely would have sounded like you heard those young people in those audio clips. It's a different world. We have different opportunities. We know more. We know we have to get to that brain early. So what does 2025 deaf look like? There's nothing wrong with the word deaf, nothing wrong with it, just that the context has changed. We live in a different era, a different context, because it's all about the brain. Hearing loss isn't about the ears, it's about the brain. And technology, they're brain access tools. So when we talk about hearing, start a conversation with the brain, because that's the point. You know, we sometimes start in the doorway and then families get stuck in the doorway. But start with the brain. And you know, even little tiny children can understand they have a brain. You know, listen, if they can learn about unicorns when they're 2 and 3 years old, and those don't even exist, they could certainly learn about their brain and how that works. So, if listening and spoken language is the desired outcome, then we need to have a whole system in place to be able to have that outcome occur. So there is a model called the logic chain that puts all the links together of what this system has to look like. We have to begin with brain development. We have to get to the brain as early as possible. Early and consistent use of technologies, general infant and child language development in the family's home language. The brain needs enrichment. And family-focused listening and spoken language intervention, and very early intervention for literacy. Read, read, read aloud, the most important thing we can do for children. And sing the books, sing. The brain loves music. Well, what do you do if the child's listening, or what do we think about if the child's listening and spoken language development isn't progressing as expected, if that's the family's desired outcome? Well, the first thing is to suspect the technology. Collaborate with the audiologist. Are we getting through the doorway? Is the technology programmed well? Is the child's brain receiving enough auditory information? And that technology has to be worn a minimum of 12 hours a day. Wear time is one of the most critical variables in reaching an outcome, because the auditory brain is only stimulated when the technology is worn. So for example, if a child with a doorway problem is wearing their technology only 4 hours a day, given that the organic doorway is open 24 hours a day, it will take that child 6 years to receive the auditory exposure that a child with a typical doorway receives in 1 year. Will they be behind? You bet. Wear time is critical, and the child must be in an enriched auditory language environment. For all children, whether or not they have a doorway problem, the more families talk and have rich conversations with their child, the better will be their auditory brain development. Audiologists are pivotal because I'm an audiologist, so I think it's so important. But until audiologists do their job, no one else can do theirs, because we audiologists, we get you to the brain, right? And acoustic access to the brain is the way children learn 90% of their knowledge. And we must have high expectations for brain access of auditory information. So, if you want auditory brain development, we need appropriate technology and acoustic accessibility, plus enriched auditory exposure, wearing those devices a minimum of 12 hours a day. Then we can get auditory brain development. But what if you don't really wear the device? You know, it's not her, child doesn't like it, doesn't put on, but I'm talking all the time. Well, you might as well talk to the floor. You're not going to build the brain if you can't get there. But what if you have this great technology? You're getting the sound of the brain, but no one is talking. No one is enriching the brain. Not going to develop. Got to have them both. Appropriate technology, enriched exposure, then we can get auditory brain development. So, thank you for listening, and I know you have someone coming on right now with another talk. Thank you for inviting me to this conference, and again, I apologize for misunderstanding the day, and thank you for coming in so early. So have a wonderful conference. You're on mute, I think. I can't hear you. I think your side is on mute. Okay, now you're off mute, it says. Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. As we move on to the next plenary session, second plenary session of the day, on the topic, Literacy Supports for Children Who Are Deaf and Hard of Hearing, by two exemplary professors and a doctor, Professor Sneha Bharadwaj, Texas Women's University, and Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebble, Speech and Language Pathologist, Chowchilla, California, USA.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
As we move on to the next
I
plenary.
think Gopi Kishore is also talking with me. He's not selected. Hi, Gopi. Can both of us be co-hosts? Can he also advance slides?
Ma'am, I've made you the host.
Okay. Okay.
Make both of us host. दोनों को host बनाइए, please.
That's what I'm saying.
दोनों को host नहीं बना सकते. We can't. Actually, both of them we can't make them the host.
Can you make me a co-host?
Yeah, actually, ma'am will have the option because she's the host.
It's not giving me. It's not
Okay,
giving.
no problem. That's okay. I think we can go ahead.
Ma'am,
Okay.
one can become co-host and another person can't.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
that is fine. I can go ahead.
As we
Okay.
move on to the next, just a minute, just give me some time, okay?
Sure, no problem.
I
no
want to
problem.
introduce you all. As we move on to the next plenary session on the topic, Literacy Supports for Children Who Are Deaf and Hard of Hearing by Professor Sneha Bharadwaj and Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebli.
I would like to introduce Sneha ma'am. Sneha V. Bharadwaj, PhD, is a professor in Department of Communication Sciences and Oral Health at Texas Women's University, where she has been a faculty member since 2009. She obtained her doctoral degree from University of Texas at Dallas Career Center for Communication Disorders, where she also served as a research scientist for 4 years. She has been a licensed and certified speech-language pathologist for 20 whole years. She teaches undergraduate and graduate courses in communication sciences and disorders offered on campus as well as in distant venues. She is a co-author of textbook titled Video-Based Oral Rehabilitation Guide. Her research focuses on speech production, cognitive and literacy outcomes in children with hearing loss and has numerous scientific publications in these areas.
We are honored to have you here, ma'am. Hello. We are honored to have you here, ma'am. Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebli, a distinguished speech and language pathologist based in Chowchilla, California, USA. With over 25 years of experience, Dr. Pebli has dedicated his career to advancing the field of speech and language pathology, particularly focusing on pediatric communication disorders. Dr. Pebli earned his master's degree in speech-language pathology from the University of Mysore, India, and subsequently completed his doctorate in audiology and speech sciences at Purdue University, USA. His extensive research includes publications on early intervention strategies and the development of innovative therapeutic approaches for children with speech and language impairments. Throughout his career, Dr. Pebli has been an advocate for early diagnosis and intervention, emphasizing the critical role of family involvement in therapy. He has presented at numerous international conferences and conducted workshops worldwide, sharing his expertise with professionals and parents alike. In recognition of his contributions, Dr. Pebli has received several awards, including the Distinguished Clinician Award from the American Speech Language Hearing Association, ASHA. His commitment to improving the lives of individuals with communication disorders continues to inspire and influence practitioners globally. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebli lead our first plenary session.
I request the chair and co-chairs Professor P. Umar Khan sir and Dr. Sudhir Banu sir to take over the stage. Ma'am, you all can start the session.
We can start? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sneha Bharadwaj. I'm from Texas Women's University, and my co-speaker is Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebli from Madera County Superintendent of Schools. And together we'll be talking about literacy support for children who are deaf or hard of hearing. We will begin by introducing some modules of framework regarding reading comprehension. We will then summarize some research on reading comprehension outcomes in children who are deaf and hard of hearing. Following that, we'll identify some predictive factors that are associated with positive reading outcomes. And finally, we will discuss some intervention strategies for improving reading skills. As many of you may know already, that there are 2 phases in reading. And the very first phase is called the learning to read, and this happens in early childhood years when children are introduced to the concept of print. They're introduced to the alphabets, the sounds that different letters or a combination of letters make. And then gradually, then by about fourth grade or fourth standard, they transition to what we call reading to learn. This happens to be a more independent process, wherein children learn to decode unfamiliar words by themselves. They try to sight read, which means that they're trying to read some of the words they've memorized to read faster. They're also trying to figure out the meaning of new words by consulting a dictionary. So they're reading to learn to understand about the world. Now, there are many factors that impact successful reading outcomes. According to the simple view of reading model that was proposed by Gao and Tanmar, strong reading comprehension results from strong decoding skills or word recognition skills and strong language comprehension. Now, based on this simple view model that these two factors are important for successful reading comprehension, Scarborough proposed a reading rope framework in 2001. And according to Scarborough's reading rope framework, reading can be categorized as a lower level skill, which is word recognition, and a higher level skill, which is acquired later, called the language comprehension skill. As you can see here, the word recognition has several sub-skills. For example, there is one strand that's known as the phonological awareness, where children learn the constituent elements of a word. Oh, there are these three syllables in the word, and these three syllables can be blended to form the word. If I deleted the syllable, then the word changes to something else. So that is phonological awareness, wherein they're learning to blend and segment words. Then there is decoding, which is also known as the phoneme-grapheme correspondence. They're learning to associate certain sounds with certain letters of the alphabet that they make. Then finally, there is also sight reading, wherein they're reading some words automatically. They're not necessarily decoding, but they're just automatically reading some of these functional words such as on, off, the, and some irregular words like shoulds and coulds. And so as this framework suggests, these sub-skills are stranded together, and once they are proficient in these sub-skills, in these word recognition sub-skills, their reading starts to become very automatic. And similarly, as they advance in their reading, comprehension improves. They're also improving in their print knowledge. They're improving in their inference making skills. They're improving in terms of their syntactical structures, grammar, vocabulary, and also having the topic knowledge or background knowledge for the context. So overall, successful reading really requires multiple aspects, both in terms of word recognition skills and language comprehension. Finally, I'd like to talk about the direct and inferential mediation model, or the DIME model. This was proposed by Cromley and Azevedo in 2007, and it's later been tested by many other papers. This model was based on 98 research articles that spanned elementary, middle, and high school students. And basically, this model suggests that there are two lower level skills, which are the decoding skills and vocabulary skills, which are extremely important in early childhood. And then there are these upper level or higher level skills, such as background knowledge, having information about a topic, having the world experience about that topic, be able to read between the lines or infer about what they're reading, and then comprehension monitoring, which is a check for themselves to see, how am I doing with reading? Is there a breakdown? Do I not understand a word? Can I ask someone for the meaning? Can I look at a dictionary for the meaning? Can someone explain what this means? So it is a system, a way that we can coach and train children in improving their own comprehension monitoring skills. According to the DIME model, these lower and higher level skills interact with each other and can predict reading outcomes in children. So now let's come to the population of interest, which is the children who are deaf and hard of hearing. As you all are familiar with this population, this is a very heterogeneous population because children may come from bilingual or multilingual homes and are exposed to more than 2 or 3 languages. Children can come from different socioeconomic statuses, which really implies that they may not have enough exposure to language or literacy skills. They may also have additional disabilities such as visual impairments, motor impairments, vestibular disorders. They may have neurological or cognitive delays, which may impact successful reading and language acquisition. They may also have varied severity levels of their hearing loss. There could be children with mild, moderate, severe, or profound hearing loss. And as a result, children may be using different types of hearing technologies, such as a BAHA, hearing aids, or cochlear implants, or may not be using any hearing technologies and therefore may be completely sign language users or use sign-supported speech. Children may also, as a result of their language and literacy skills, be placed in different types of schools. They may be in residential schools for the deaf, they could be in a deaf ed program, or they could be in a regular school. Again, all of this is a predictive factor in their literacy outcomes. Finally, children may be using different modes of communication, and therefore they may be on different places along the communication continuum. Let's talk a little bit more about this communication continuum. As you can see on this continuum, a given child could be using sign language for their receptive language, which is their ability to understand language. So they could be placed here under entirely visual. And the same child could potentially be also using only sign language for expressing their thoughts and feelings. On the other hand, there could be another child who uses listening and spoken language and therefore understands spoken language auditorily only, and also may be communicating their thoughts and feelings through spoken language. And so therefore they could be placed on this end of the spectrum, wherein they could be placed where the capital O is. And then there could be a majority of children that use both sign and spoken language or sign-supported speech to varying degrees. And so you will see here V capitalized and A in a smaller font to suggest that they use mostly visual modality and a little bit of auditory modality. Or they could be using auditory and visual modalities equally, and so on and so forth. And so what this really tells us is that this population is so heterogeneous that we are not able to make a blanket statement about these children. And therefore, it's very important to do a very thorough assessment and understand their areas of need. So although we can talk about what the reading outcomes of these children could be, like I said earlier, we cannot make a blanket statement. And here's one of the reasons. Let's take an example of a child that was identified at birth through newborn hearing screening and was confirmed within 1 month that the child had, let's say, severe to profound hearing loss. The child was fitted with a hearing aid within 6 months and started early intervention. And the same child has a parent that checks their hearing aids every single day to make sure that their batteries are working. That parent also does a link 6-sound check to ensure that the child has access to the language input provided by going through the link 6-sound check, a, e, u, sh, these sounds span the entire frequency spectrum of our speech, and therefore if the child is able to hear all of those sounds, it means that there is a potential that the child may have access to the linguistic input in the environment. And then the same child, let's say when the child goes to school, their device is checked, a Link 6 sound check is performed by the teacher, and then the teacher wears an FM system so that the noise is cut down, the classroom noise is cut down, and the child has the teacher's access to instruction. So that is a best case scenario for a child. And so that child could be at par with their language and reading if everything is done by the books. And so then there could be another child for whom their hearing loss is not identified early. The child does not have hearing aid that's fitted on time or a cochlear implant that the child receives on time. And even if the child has the hearing aid or the cochlear implant, the device checks are not performed or the Link 6 sound check is not performed every single day. So what happens in this case is that even though the child has input, the child may not have access to language. The child may not have complete access to instruction. And so that's why the results are also very varied in terms of what the reading outcomes might look like. Now we take a third example of a child who's a sign language user, and it's really important that the child has early acquisition of sign language, and the child is proficient in sign language because an access to language also is associated with improvements in literacy. So what is really important though is that we know that the reading outcomes are related to identifying these predictive factors and also that we select appropriate intervention strategies for these children. So let's now look at some recent findings of children who use hearing aids and cochlear implants, and then we'll summarize some recent findings of children who are sign language users. So in 2020, Walker et al. Suggested that vocabulary and reading levels for children who have mild hearing loss and use hearing aids are age appropriate. However, these children continue to have persisting difficulties in the area of morphology or grammar by 4th grade. But one important finding of the study was that the consistent use of appropriately fitted hearing aids was related to their success in reading levels. Another recent study by Wang et al., who studied children who have cochlear implants with severe to profound hearing loss, showed that these children have significantly lower phonological awareness, word recognition skills, vocabulary, and reading comprehension compared to the typically hearing peers. So right here, you can see that the severity of hearing loss is a predictive factor, whereas Walker et al. Looked at children with mild hearing loss who used hearing aids but had age-appropriate reading levels. You see another study with children who have profound hearing loss. They're not yet on par. Another study by Mayer and Trezek in 2020 showed that reading comprehension is not in the average range for a majority of students who use American Sign Language. However, their sign language proficiency, the race and ethnicity, and additional disabilities were related to the reading achievement. Similarly, Allen and Morer in 2020 showed that letter identification scores were above average at younger ages. However, it began to show decline by age 6. And what they also showed is that a child's stronger ASL skill or the presence of a solid or a strong first language was related to letter word identification skills. So to summarize, there are many factors that are predictive of literacy or reading skills in children who are deaf and hard of hearing. And these include some of the demographic factors such as severity of hearing loss, consistent use of hearing technologies, quality access to spoken or sign language, IQ, race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status, as well as parent education. All of these are very important determinants of how successful a child can be in their literacy skills. Similarly, there are many other factors, linguistic factors, that are associated with reading outcome, and these include decoding skills, vocabulary skills, grammatical knowledge, access to language, language comprehension, and inferencing skills. What this information tells us is that we, as teachers of the deaf, as special education teachers, as speech language pathologists, need to be thinking about a comprehensive assessment of these factors and to identify the areas of need for each child, because each child is has a unique profile. And based on this unique profile, we need to design a multi-component intervention program. A second thing, important thing that this slide tells us is that reading is complex and reading is a multi-component skill. And therefore, our intervention also needs to be multi-component. And to discuss these multi-component strategies, I now turn this talk over to Dr. Gopi Kishore Pebili.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Bharadwaj, thanks for the brief introduction about the models that can be used for understanding reading comprehension and reading fluency. So for this particular talk, I'll be using the Scarborough's model because we have to start somewhere, the intervention, and we spoke about the multi-component reading strategies. So next slide, please. So as we've seen that the Scarborough's model tells us that the word recognition as well as language comprehension are the two essential components that will determine how well a student is successful in terms of his reading, like reading comprehension as well as reading fluency. So for the purpose of our presentation today, we'll discuss the strategies in terms of word recognition strategies as well as language comprehension strategies. So when I say word recognition, that is recognizing a word, that is able to read the word and able to understand the meaning of the word. So for that to happen, the child should be able to decode the word, and the child should have phonological awareness and sight recognition. So we'll discuss about each of these aspects and the activities needed to facilitate that word recognition. So the first thing about decoding is, so when you say decoding, it is phoneme grapheme correspondence or letter sound association. So what it simply means is each letter is associated with a speech sound. Like suppose the letter L is associated with the sound O. So for the student to understand this phoneme grapheme correspondence, you can use multisensory inputs. So you can ask the student to listen to you, you can show your articulators, and then, if you remember the earlier poems like A is for apple, B is for ball. So that's actually starts with that. Like it says like A and apple. So the letter and the sound and the word that comes with it. So you can use those kind of videos to make the student understand the phoneme grapheme correspondence. Or our teachers in our school, they use something called sound wall. So on the wall, they have all these pictures pasted. So for example, if you see the L sound, the tongue is going up, and there's a picture, example picture, that leaf and the L sound over there, the letter L. Okay, so the student can get the inputs like what the letter is, what the sound it makes, and what the word it comes with. And you can also use other sensory modalities such as using clay or Play-Doh and ask the kids to make some shapes of A and while producing the sound A. Also, you can use some Legos to make some shapes, and you can use some YouTube videos and some games where the children can match like L sound with the L letter or P sound with the letter P. Okay, so these kind of activities can help facilitate letter sound correspondence and help in decoding the words. And if you are having working with children who use sign language, then instead of letter to sound, it will be sign to letter. So for example, here the shape of the finger spelling for A goes with the word alligator, and B for B, like B. So these letter to sign correspondence, so instead of phoneme grapheme correspondence, here it is sign grapheme correspondence. But the topic remains the same. Okay? And another strategy that can be used for decoding is using imagery. Now, because children with hearing impairment or deaf and hard of hearing, they cannot listen to the sound, or they cannot listen with a good precision. You can use these imagery techniques, like ask the student to produce a sound of snake, like S. Then tell them that's the sound the letter S makes. And ask the child to imagine, what do you say after eating a yummy ice cream? Now tell them this is what the letter M makes, the sound the letter M makes. And if you look at this picture, the child is sliding E. Then associate that E sound with the letter E. So that's how the children can learn letter to sound correspondence. Okay, so there are some strategies you can use in your classroom. Next slide, please. And when it comes to the words like cat, for example, if you are working with a student who is using verbal language, then you can go with like C-A-T. The letter C goes with K, A, T. So you can make them associate the letters with the sounds. If you have a child who is using sign language, then you can again go with the sign for the finger spelling for C, and then A and T at the T sound, and then associating that with the sounds that make. Okay, so these strategies can help in decoding the word. The next aspect that is essential for word recognition is phonological awareness. So phonological awareness is the ability to recognize and manipulate the sound structures of a spoken language. So to keep it simple, when a word is given, the child should be able to break the word into its syllables, or break the word into its onset and rhyme. For example, again, cat, k, is the onset, and at is the rhyme. Also, students should be able to learn the rhyming, like identify the rhyming, like cat, bat, hat. So these sounds are rhyming words. Also, they should be able to give you a rhyming word. When you give two words, they should be able to give you a third word. That is understanding rhyming. And the last aspect under the phonological awareness is the phoneme awareness. We'll talk about each of the activities under each section here. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I told you, the syllable awareness activity incorporates dividing the words into its syllables. For example, a word like banana, ask the child to do clap his hands like ba, ne, na. So that is 3 syllables in it. For a word like cat, it is 1 clap. Cat, rocket, that's a 2-syllable word, and butterfly is a 3-syllable word. Banana is a 3-syllable word. So clapping or using the shoulder like 1, 2, 3 for 3 syllables, or I use something called raising the fingers, like, some kind of visual for the child to understand there are a number of syllables in the given word, like ba, na, na. So now the student is able to divide or break down the given word into its constituent syllables. Another strategy that can be used is give them a bunch of words and ask them to like words on plastic cubes kind of, and ask them to sort it out. Single syllable words, 2 syllable words, and 3 syllable words. Okay, so this way they're understanding the number of syllables in the given word, and that would help in, again, word recognition. And to understand the rhyme and onset, so when I say rhyme, as I told you, the first letter, the sound, it is the onset, and the remaining is the rhyme. So for the child to recognize the words, he should know what is onset and what is rhyme. So ask the child to, so you can give the child the k, at, and ask them to blend, like cat. And you can also ask the student to have, like you give him a rhyme like at, and ask the student to produce multiple words that end with at, like cat, hat, bat, and mat. So this way, again, they're understanding they can divide the word, break down the word into its rhyme and onset. Okay. Next slide. And to make the students aware about the rhyme and to help them produce the rhyming words, you can use, you can start with rhyme recognition, like give them 2 words, like hat and cat, and ask the question, do these words rhyme? Yes or no? So that is just their listening, and they have to tell you whether they're rhyming words or not rhyming words. Something like cat and man, they're not rhyming. Whereas cat and hat, they're rhyming, so they say yes. So at this level, they're only recognizing the rhyme. So once they do that, the next step could be rhyme matching. Like if you see in this picture, give them a bunch of pictures and ask them to match the rhyming words, like bat, hat, cat, bag, leg. So these are the rhyming words. They can draw a line or they can circle, and this way they can match the rhyming words. And the last aspect of this is production of rhyming words. So you give them a word like cat and ask them to give you the rhyming words with cat. Or you can ask a question like cat wore a hat. So which is rhyming, the hat is rhyming with the cat. Okay. So the last aspect under the phonological awareness activities is the phoneme awareness activities. So till now we spoke about the syllable, rhyme, onset. So now we are speaking about the phoneme, the individual sounds of a given word. So you can, for this, you can do activities such as phoneme isolation. So if you have a word like dog, ask your student, what is the first sound in dog? So they're supposed to identify d. What is the last sound in dog? G. And ask them to segment, like ask them to break down the word dog into d, a, g, or like cat into k, a, t. So here they are again breaking down a word into its 3 constituent sounds, phonemes. Okay. So next one. So continuing now, the next step could be asking them to combine these, that is blending. So now at this point of time, you give them the individual sounds and ask them to combine them. The f, e, sh. Now the child has to say fish. Okay, something like this. Or you can manipulate the sounds of the word. Something like, you can say can. Now change the N to T. What does it become? So can, when you change the N to T, becomes cat. So changing or manipulating the individual sounds of a word could be one of the strategies to facilitate word recognition. Next slide, please. So the last strategy under word recognition is sight recognition. So far we have seen how to decode a given word. Like suppose when a child comes across a new word that he doesn't know. So far we have explained you like to divide the word into its syllables, its sounds, but a child cannot have to, do not have to decode every word. If the child can remember some of the words by sight, that is, if he can memorize some of the words, so it can actually facilitate faster reading. So something like words that are irregular are words like and, is, in, or said and could. So if they can remember these words or by heart these words, then they don't have to decode these words in a given sentence. So imagine a sentence has 5 words. So 3 of them the child don't have to decode because he already remembered those, whereas 2 of them he has to decode. So you can do strategies such as like sight word flashcard. We call them sight words because by sight they are identifying it. Okay, so you can use these kind of flashcards, and you can give word puzzles with sight words and ask your students to circle those sight words. So this way, like you can see in this example, coat, the child is circling the coat. So these kind of strategies can help identify sight words. So once the child has good number of sight words, the reading becomes faster and the reading fluency would improve. Okay, so those are some of the strategies for sight word, the word recognition. So we spoke about decoding, phonological awareness, and sight word recognition. Okay, so now let's talk about some other area, that is language comprehension. Next slide, please. So for the language comprehension to happen, so the child would need vocabulary, morphological knowledge, background knowledge about the topic, and some comprehension monitoring strategies. So I'll be discussing some of the strategies and vocabulary. Next slide, please. So imagine this is a story you're talking about in the today's class with your students. So the story is about children playing with paperboard in rain. So before starting the story, before reading the story, you can preload, or what we call as front loading or pre-teaching. So teach the children the words that may come in the story. Something like the puddles, paperboards, jacket, umbrella, the road, okay, or thunder, lightning. So whatever the words, the new words that they're going to come across in that particular story, you can teach them prior to going to the story. So it becomes easy for them to understand the story, what you're going to talk about. Okay. Also construct some experiences. Instead of making them by heart every word, you can make them experience some using multisensory approaches again. So suppose you want to make a child understand wetness or drenched. So pour some water on the hand or pour some water on a cloth and show them, okay, this is wet. This is also called drenched in the rain. So once you give them those strategies, the actual story becomes easy for them because they learn some vocabulary prior to going to the story. And also, if the student come across any new words when they're reading the story, so you can give them some strategies, that is use of contextual cues. Suppose if the student comes across a sentence like the food in the microwave is hot. So if the microwave may be a new word for the student, but because it says the food is hot, so probably the student could guess what it means. Okay, so you can teach the student to use this strategy to understand what the whole sentence and the context in which that is been written about, so that it becomes easy for the child to learn that new word. To teach vocabulary, yet another strategy is use of graphic organizers. So this kind of graphic organizer is called as a spider web, where you are having a keyword and all related words around it. So if you're talking about rain, so you can use the words like jacket, clouds, puddles, umbrella, lightning, wet, or thunders. So you're teaching all these words in relation to the main keyword. Okay, so you can use these kind of graphic organizers to teach vocabulary. So this way the student is learning the words in a relation. So it's not like each word is unique. They're learning one word in relation to the other word. It becomes easy for them to learn the new vocabulary. Next slide, please. So this is similarly another example of graphic organizer called semantic mapping, where you see the transportation is a keyword, and we have multiple other keywords like land transportation, water transportation, air transportation. So this way, like what we learned in our childhood about mind mapping. So this way, like the student don't have to learn each word separately. Again, they're combining and they're learning the words in relation to each other. So that facilitates quick learning of the vocabulary, and they can retain those. And one of the simple strategies that teachers can use in the classroom is use of larger visuals. Suppose you're talking about shop or chop or shoes, any words from your lesson. Suppose again, if you're talking about the rain, the lesson rain, so have pictures of raining and puddles and lightning. So have those pictures around your room and use that same story for a week. I'm talking about elementary school kids over here, like kindergarten, first grade. So a story can be read and discussed about for a week. So the whole week you can have those pictures around your classroom. So they're daily looking at that picture, so that it becomes easy for them to remember that word and understand that in a context. Okay. And another strategy for improving vocabulary is to improve language comprehension is morphological knowledge. Okay, so again, it's about whether the child has to decode every word and remember like thousands and lakhs of words. Instead of that, if you can give them a small rule or a technique or a cue for them to decode the word, that will make them easy for them to learn multiple words. So morphology is the study of the formation of words. Like we have suffix, prefix, root, and suffix. So suppose for here, un means not, able means can do something, and when you say unable, it means cannot do something. So the moment the student learns that un means not, you can ask him to apply this rule for other words as well, like unaware, unkind, unhappy, unpleasant, unlucky. So now you gave him a magic trick. So anything where it's talking about not or negation, use un over there. So now the child don't have to remember every word because you gave him a rule. So that's how the morphology can be used. Similarly for like book and books, where S is an inflectional morpheme over there. So the child can understand anything that is more than one, I can use S or ES, right? That's another morphological rule you can teach the student, so that helps him learn the vocabulary. Next slide, please. So another strategy to improve language comprehension is using the background knowledge the child already have. Next slide, please. So in the story about the rain and the paper boats, the children playing with the paper boat. So ask your student, have you ever played in rain before? Or show some pictures about you playing in the rain, where you made a paper boat, or show them some videos about how kids play in the rain, or if they have any childhood pictures about, they are playing in the rain or lightning. So all those pictures you can use. So whatever the child already have, the existing background knowledge, you can use that knowledge and build upon the new concepts. Okay, so you're not teaching entirely a new concept, but using the existing knowledge to take it further. Something like how we do the atomic models, like you read it in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. So it actually builds upon from one grade to the next grade. So similar way, you use the background knowledge the child already has and build upon the new words and new concepts, becomes easy for them. And the last strategy to improve the language comprehension is comprehension monitoring. So comprehension monitoring is a higher level strategy. It uses metacognitive abilities, that is thinking about language, thinking about the story. So something like if the student can read the passage and give you a summary statement, like what the passage is talking about, what the story is about. if he can able to ask you questions about, okay, ask him to read the story and ask me 3 questions about the story, or give me 3 points what the story is talking about, and rereading the passage. For example, if a child doesn't understand a particular word, should be able to underline that word, go back and look into the dictionary and identify that word. So that's again a strategy for self-learning. So all these comes under the comprehension monitoring, like how you are able to monitor how much you understood. So that is metacognitive skills. So you can teach the student these kind of skills so that it helps them in self-reading and understanding the concepts that they're reading. Okay, next slide, please. So to summarize, we spoke about the word recognition strategies, that is decoding, phonological awareness, and sight recognition. So these strategies will help the students identify the words, read the words, and recognize the meaning of it. And that helps in faster reading, like because the child has learned sight words, so he can read faster. So that becomes increasingly automatic. Okay. Similar way, we are teaching the child also some strategies to understand the language comprehension strategies. So that help in becoming more strategic, like how to, like knowing the morphological rules, or knowing to underline some keywords. So those strategies will help them understanding the reading comprehension, like the paragraphs that they're reading or the stories they're reading. So both these skills in combined, the word recognition strategies as well as the language comprehension strategies, could help them become a skilled reader. Okay, and as Dr. Bharadwaj mentioned, like each child is unique and not every child has to start at the first thing. Okay, so you can, yes, so you can probably administer a baseline testing and see what the child is having challenges in and start from there. Okay, also each child is unique again in terms of what kind of devices they're using. Is it cochlear implants or sign language or verbal speech? So based on that also you can adapt the strategies and use accordingly. Okay, thank you for your attention. We can answer if you have any questions. Thank you.
So we had 2 wonderful and enlightening presentations by Professor Sneha Bharadwaj and Mr. Dr. Gopi Kishore. And now the session is open for discussion. So you can raise the questions.
Good morning, sir.
You're on mute, sir.
You're muted.
So congratulations both of you. So it's Bharadwaj, your explanation, reading comprehension is very nice, and I hope that most of the teachers are understanding, and they may be following the same methodology, and if they are not following, I hope that they will be following. And Gopi, the story
Yes, sir.
telling, and then the way you have explained that phonological strategy, morphological strategy are excellent, and thank you very much for both of you for having accepted and delivering the speech. Thank you.
Sir, doubt.
Any
Thank you,
doubt?
sir.
Somebody is having.
Anyone else?
Hello, good morning. Hi, sir. I'm Yasmin. First of all, it was a wonderful presentation. As an English language teacher, I'm with a double degree in education as an English language teacher and a special education teacher. It was extremely wonderful and enlightening. And I would just like to ask you a question. In the second last slide, you said something in the 6th point. Can you just take us back to that? Yeah, the 6th point, sir. Repairing communication breakdown. Can you just elaborate on this?
Ma'am, would you like to take that?
Yeah. So I think basically when you're reading, it's just like when let's say you're communicating in a movie theater, you're trying to buy tickets and the person doesn't understand. You rephrase how you say to repair the communication breakdown, correct? So just like that, when you're reading for yourself and there is a communication breakdown, you're not following something, what are some things that you can do to repair the communication breakdown? So that is a conversation we have with the children. What can you do if you don't understand a word? Can you go to a dictionary? Can you ask someone for a meaning? And what can you do? So it's a communication breakdown in the sense of what happens when you're not able to comprehend what you're reading? What can you do? So coaching them and asking them questions about what they can do is again, they're repairing that breakdown. Okay. Giving them that skills to repair the breakdown when they don't comprehend something.
So it could be taking help from an adult?
Yes.
Or a
absolutely.
Dictionary or any other way, like visual cues or?
Yes, absolutely. Any one of those, yes. Also, maybe use the context, use the background knowledge. So what can they do? So it's about recognizing, and again, that like Dr. Gopi said, it's a metacognitive. So they're thinking about what they're doing, and so we have to explicitly coach. A lot of these things come very naturally to typically developing children, but for our children who are deaf and hard of hearing, I think we need to explicitly coach them on each one of these items.
So it's scaffolding, basically holding their hand, and can we how much do we assist them? Like, wouldn't be that make them too dependent on the grown-ups around, like, or?
Well, if they're not comprehending, so then you need to help them with that. So that is why I think an assessment is really important, and to figure out where they are at, and then we go from there. We always identify the areas of growth, and then we're helping them attain where we want to take them.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. It was very enlightening.
Thank you.
Respected speakers, my doubt is, as you are stressing on phonetic method of teaching, the letter A itself has 9 sounds. So my doubt is which sound I have to start first, or how I have to focus to the next sounds.
I think basically you're going to take different examples. Like you rightly pointed out, English is not a regular language like most of our Indian languages. Our Indian languages are very clear in what sounds each letter is associated with. And like you rightly pointed out, there are a lot of different variations for these alphabets. And so we just have to run through different examples. I don't think there is a particular hierarchy, but I think we have to go through the whole gamut of different variations of the sounds and examples.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
I think giving them more examples and having them produce the different examples, I think it will be helpful.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. There is grapheme-phoneme correspondence in Indian languages, but not in the English. So are there any studies which show that there are differences?
So we leave the meeting?
Yes. Indian community or abroad even?
They can't
so
hear. So they can't
are there
hear.
any differences?
So you need to come there.
Yes, it's over. Thank you.
Bye.
We are moving on to the next presentation.
Next plenary session online by Uma Suman ma'am from USA on the topic of differential instruction for diverse learners through shared book
Recording
readers.
stopped.
We have I request the chair and co-chair to be there by Lata Nayak, ma'am, and co-chair Sadhana ma'am.
I would request them to take their seat.
To request all the research presentation presenters to be ready with the presentations. Next session will be having research paper presentations.
Kindly note, put your phones on silent mode, everyone.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Excellent, excellent. Let me just on my side and tell me if I'm still audible. Hello, hello. Yeah? Okay. Excellent. Hello, Dr. Siddhu. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Started. Should I get started? Yes. Excellent. Thank you all for this invitation. Let me know when you can see my slides. I will make sure that I can also see you. Give me 1 second. Now I have too many things open. There we go. I can see you as well. Can somebody give me a thumbs up to say they can see my slides? Okay, I see thumbs up from the audience. Lovely. Hello all, my name is Uma Soman. I'm a teacher of deaf and hard of hearing children, born and raised in India, been in the US for the last 22 years, teaching primarily in programs for children who are deaf and hard of hearing, special preschools for children who are deaf and hard of hearing, focusing on listening and spoken language development. I have my PhD from Vanderbilt University, and I am a listening and spoken language specialist, auditory verbal educator. A few years ago, I was able to join the NCED conference in person in Delhi, and that was a lovely experience. I'm sad I can't do it in person this time, but I'm glad to be here with all of you today. I have one quick announcement. I have 40 minutes. I'm going to show videos for about 10 of those minutes. I have permission from the parents to show the videos, but I don't have permission from the parents for others to record it. So when we get to the video, just don't take pictures, don't record, okay, to maintain the kids' privacy. I will remind this again as well. Let's get started. When we think about children who are deaf or hard of hearing receiving services or getting education, they are generally in one of three forms. Sometimes children will go to individual therapy, sometimes children will be at a school for the deaf, and sometimes children will be in a mainstream school. And for many children, they will do all three things at one point or another. If you can look at the slide real quick and look at the words I have used to describe what happens in each of these places, I hope you can see that in a school for the deaf, it is almost always smaller groups than what it would be in a mainstream setting. It is almost always all day, every day. It is almost always language focused, communication focused, and academic focused. Because it is a small group, it can be individualized. It is responsive, and it is all about helping the children catch up. If you agree with this, clap your hands, because that's what I will hear. Or, raise your hands and clap because I can see that. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. So I will say this. I have been out of the classroom for about 15 years now. The last class I taught was the 2008-2009 school year. And if I ever had to quit what I'm doing right now and find a new job, I would go back to teaching preschool in a school for deaf and hard of hearing children. What is exciting about it is that you get to work with a small number of children. What is challenging about it is no matter how few the children in your class, they have different ages, different hearing technologies, different languages and language stages, different abilities, strengths, needs, and challenges, right? This is a picture of my kids from 2003. I was teaching first grade and I had 6 kids. This is a picture from a field trip of my 2005 class and I had 8 kids. And this is a picture from my 2006 class and I had 6 kids in my class. One thing I know for sure is what works one year sometimes doesn't the next, because they are all so different, which is what our topic is today, right? How can teachers teach diverse learners in the classroom? And what I'm going to say is we can do this by identifying their strengths and needs, by planning and implementing differentiated instruction, and collecting data to monitor goal achievement. What I decided to do this time was to just show you videos, right? Sometimes I can talk about differentiated instruction and you probably all know about differentiated instruction, but watching it and then discussing it would be really great. So my hope is we are going to watch some videos and then I'm hoping to hear from some of you what you saw or heard. So if anybody wants to position themselves close to the microphone, this is your chance to do that. The one other thing I will talk about is this is a video from the shared book reading session that happened in my classroom every day. Every day we had about 40 minutes to do language literature, art, and work on the concepts together. This video is from one of those classes. As I mentioned before, please do not take pictures or record the videos themselves. So let's talk about my class. This is my class in April of 2008. So you're going to see a little bit of me from 15 years ago and 15 kilos ago, but this is a time machine for me as well. I had 7 students in my class. They were between the ages of 4 and 6, everything from moderate hearing loss to profound, hearing aids and cochlear implants, kids who were diagnosed as early as 7 months, kids who were diagnosed at or after 2 years, kids who were using their devices full time at 12 months, kids who had hearing aids but never put them on until they started school at 3 years, kids who had been in our school for less than a year to 3 years or more. At least 4 of my 7 students that year had hands-off parents. They would drop the child at school and they would pick up the child from school. But there wasn't a lot that was happening at home for a variety of reasons. I'm not saying they were bad parents or I'm not blaming them or anything, but they were hands-off parents. And at least 2 students had additional diagnoses. You're going to see one of them. Here is the catch. Even though they were all so different, they were all getting ready to mainstream. They were all moving to a different school. One of the students was moving to another special education program. You'll see that in the video. So the question for me, this was my 5th year teaching, and I think by then I had figured out some tips and tricks and techniques. One of the things I had learned was I forgot to say this. This was also the year that I was studying for my LSLS Auditory Verbal Educator Certification exam. This was the year that the LSLS certification had been opened up to teachers of the deaf. It is still open now. So any teacher of the deaf can use listening and spoken language principles in the classroom in a group setting to develop listening and spoken language using auditory verbal principles. If anybody has any questions about how teachers can become AV-EDs, please let me know. So one of the things I had learned was really getting to know my students. It was, the usual. Because we were in a listening and spoken language program, I wanted to know about their listening and speech and language. Because I was, a teacher and I had them with me all day, every day. I wanted to look at their cognition and communication and self-advocacy skills. So are they doing communication repair? Are they asking for clarification? Are they telling me when their devices aren't working? And again, because I was a teacher and this was their school year, literacy and academics were something we focused on quite a bit. And you won't be surprised to hear that there was a little bit of variation. Everybody had different strengths and different needs. What was really helpful was to have sources of data to track them, and not just a test, not just one unit test, but observations, language samples, comprehension checks, testing that happened during the regular classroom that was sort of informal but was written down somewhere else, as well as work samples and written work. What that told me was each student's learning profile. How does the student learn best? Does chronological age, hearing age, and language age match up? What is the rate of progress? These were things I needed to know to plan my day-to-day activities, and it was going to make a difference. Let me say this before we get into the videos. These videos are from a place where children are learning listening and spoken language. But the strategies I'm going to discuss apply to any child learning any language. English medium, Hindi medium, Indian Sign Language medium, whatever the medium of instruction, the strategies I think will still apply. So I am hopeful that you are going to find some benefit through this. Okay, so in this video, there are 6 clips, and let's see if I can get through all 6. You're going to see 3 children. There is student M, who at the time of this video was close to 5.5 years. She had been wearing her hearing aids for about 3 years, and her language age was around 4.5. This was a kid with a progressive hearing loss, so she had some early language skills, confident, talkative, interested in learning, but needed to work on her academic vocabulary, using longer sentences, and self-advocacy skills. She learned best through interaction and discussion. Then there was student A, who had just transferred to us, just as in beginning of the year. So 8 months ago, transferred to our school from a school for the deaf that used total communication. So in a couple videos, you might see her using some signs along with speaking. She was 5 years old, had hearing aids for about 3 years, but wasn't using them really, really well, and had the beginnings of simple sentences. Again, curious social child, lots of ASL exposure at previous schools, so she had a lot of concepts. Needed foundational language, and she learned best through seeing, doing, but had limited support at home. The final student, student G, was 5.5, had been diagnosed early, but had exceptional family support, but had an additional health challenge that made a lot of things very challenging. When you have a diverse group like this, one strategy that I used was I planned all of my units based around a theme, which I'm sure many of you are doing as well. For what I did for my team was use children's literature as an anchor for the theme. And what do I mean by that? So here's an example. In the US, the weather and the seasons change pretty drastically, right? So springtime, after the many, many months of winter, springtime is a popular topic, theme, and unit because it is happening all around the kids. Frogs was our focus of the week because where we lived, we would see frogs only in the spring and summer. That is how the weather was. So I had anchored my week around 3 books. One of them was A Frog in the Bog, which was a poem. Another one was A Big Wide-Mouthed Frog, which was a text. And then a non-fiction book, which was all about frogs. And there were many opportunities to work on adjectives, verbs, asking and answering WH questions, predicting, all the things that you see on this slide, right? What was not obvious was that not everybody was ready to learn everything that could be taught. So this is where I started using the concept of differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction is a concept by Carroll and Tomlinson. You might have studied about it in your college programs. There are 3 parts to it, and what I hope to do is I'm going to show you videos for each of those parts. So in differentiated instruction, you want to figure out different things, different ways to teach for each student to learn. So the first one that you can differentiate is content. So as you will see in the next 2 videos, some students are learning words and vocabulary, some students are focusing on comprehension questions, some students are focusing on self-advocacy skills. So again, the question is, what are they learning? What are the goals and objectives? So one of the things we did for our classrooms, one of the things that was required was each week wrote targets by the child, per child. In this case, you can see that all 3 children are going to learn narrow and wide as a concept. 2 children are going to learn jump, hop, and leap. One child is going to focus on the word creature. Another one is just going to expand verbs. This kid is just going to focus on jump. Some kids were one kid was working on asking and answering questions. Another was working on simple sentences with ing. Another was working on any simple sentence you give me would be great. Similarly, for self-advocacy, one child was working on asking for clarification, repairing the communication breakdown. One child was learning to listen to each other, and another child was learning to just stay on topic. Okay, so let's watch these 2 clips. The first one is about 1.5 minutes. The second one is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. As you are watching the clips, what I want you to do is see what is each student expected to learn. What am I doing? What am I teaching them? What is the skill I am developing? What are the goals? As I mentioned before, please, please, please do not take any videos of the videos. All right, I'm going to share screen and share sound. Let's see, where is my screen? There we go. And share. Let me know if you can now see the video. Just give me a thumbs up. Yes, excellent. Give me a second thumbs up when you can hear the sound, okay? So let's hit play.
Oh, don't peek. Allie. Oh my goodness, don't peek. Today, we are going to read a book about a frog. It is. Well, what did you say, Morgan? What is it? The book is under my chair. Why I can't see it? Because first we want to talk about the frog and then I'm going to read the story. What can you tell me about a frog? Yes?
The frog, the alligator.
What about the frog and the alligator? Not your turn, my dear.
Alligator. He bit.
Who bit the frog?
Alligator. The alligator. The frog.
Can you tell me what happened? The alligator and the frog use a verb. What happened?
Too big.
So the alligator
Frog.
ate the frog. Well, Mari, this is a different book. This is not Frog in a Bog. I have a different book. It's about a frog, but it's not the same book. But you are right. Alligators like to eat frogs. Remember? The frogs like to eat bugs and flies. Right, Gracie? Can you tell me frogs eat bugs?
What eat frog?
Frogs don't eat other frogs.
I
It would
say
be
bugs
frog
eat
roll
bugs.
cannibalism.
Frog. I say bugs.
Oh, bugs.
Bugs. Frog.
What can you tell me about how a frog moves?
Ooh, that's a frog.
Did you hear what Morgan said? Morgan, can you tell us one more time?
Yep.
Start with the frog.
The frog
Jumps.
Yeah. Jump like.
Do you know what it's called? It's a very special name. Leap. Leap. A frog goes from lily pad to lily pad. He leaps.
Leap.
Ready? And he says ribbit. 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 Have you ever seen a blue frog?
No. Not me.
I do. You've seen a blue frog? They're poisonous. They can get you. Yes, Gracie. Well, we're not talking about birthday party and we're not talking about new shoes. We can talk about frogs and that's it. No, no shoes. Or school. You want something? You want to say something about the frog?
Yeah.
Tell me about the frog. What does the frog do?
Jump.
Jump. He jumps.
But can I see?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, he's bigger.
All right. What did you see in this video? Any comments and thoughts? Maybe this is what we will do. Why, oh, my accent. Why don't you talk to your neighbor? Just let's do a think, pair, share. Turn to the person next to you and tell that person one thing you noticed in the video that was related to differentiating instruction based on content. I'll pause for a couple seconds. All right, excellent. I hope that you saw that I was working on the word leap with a couple of them. For one of them, just repeating frogs eat bugs was a target. For another, engaging in WH questions was a target. At one point I said, oh, did you hear what she said? That was the listening to peers target. All of these things were happening very quickly. This lesson was part of a fact versus opinion lesson. I don't actually say it out loud, tell me a fact, but we were going to be working towards that. And typically this is something we would have worked on all week long. So the next thing that you can differentiate is process. How are they learning these strategies? And I got to hear bits and pieces of Dr. Bharadwaj and Dr. Gopi's presentation. And they were talking about book reading and building skills of vocabulary and such through that. And that is the same thing I was doing. I was using a technique called dialogic reading, having a conversation about the book, not just reading the book, but having a conversation about the book, allowing children to work on vocabulary, grammar and syntax, narrative skills, cognitive skills, background knowledge. Did you see how I just said, have you ever seen a blue frog? It's poisonous. That was building world knowledge. Conversational abilities, talking to each other, listening to each other, and self-advocacy skills, staying on topic. My friend Gracie really wanted to talk about her upcoming birthday party, but now is not the time. Morgan wanted to interrupt, but that was not the time. It was not her turn to speak. So these kinds of skills can be easily built into a lesson like this. I just want to give you a very quick overview of the peer and crowd prompts. This is from Reading Rocket's Dialogic Reading. If you're not familiar with this resource, I encourage you to check it out. Essentially, there are ways to engage a child while reading a book. You can ask completion prompts. So imagine it's the crow, the thirsty crow story. I could say the crow couldn't reach the, and a child working on a lower language level might say water because it was. Another child might say shallow, which is a higher level word. And the mouth of the jar was so, a third child might say narrow. You see how I've worked on vocabulary just in these completion prompts? Recall prompts are about the story, story comprehension. Then you have open-ended questions, you have WH questions, and then connecting self to text kinds of questions. After these prompts, you evaluate how the child responds, you expand the child's response, and you repeat the prompt to make sure that they can do this. We are going to watch 2 more videos in which you are going to, I would like for you to pay attention to the strategies being used. And then just like before, you're going to turn to your partner and share what you observed. Okay? Here we go.
So he said, who are you and what do you eat?
I'm probably she eat.
I like the word probably. That's a good word.
I'm probably she eat.
Eats.
I
don't know.
Not grass.
Not grass. What's around him?
Dolly.
Oh, what a good guess. You were looking at the pictures and thinking, what could he eat?
A tree.
I am putting a check on your IEP.
Tree.
I am putting a check on your IEP today.
But a tree.
Not the tree. What part of the tree is he eating? Listen to this. I am a koala.
What's a koala on a bear?
I'm a koala bear.
I'm a koala bear.
And I eat leaves. What does he eat?
Leaves.
You were right.
No.
I am a koala and I eat leaves.
He eats leaves. I eat leaves. And I see that.
What does he eat?
He's.
Hold on, I'm going to restart it because it is skipping. Okay, here we go.
Actually, he said, and I eat flies.
I eat fly. That's the fly by the bear.
The fly said, oh no! Oh no!
The frog trying to eat the bug.
The frog will eat me.
He did. Oh! That's again.
What is that called? How does he feel? Not hot, not cold. How does he feel?
He eat the frog.
The bug said, oh no!
He said, oh no.
I think the frog will eat me. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
He wanted. He wanted. He wanted.
He doesn't want it. Yeah, nobody wants to be eaten.
Why she eat? He said, oh no.
So how does he feel? Is he happy?
He feels sad. He's not happy.
Tell me another word. Tell me another word. He's not crying. He's saying, oh no.
He said, oh no.
He said, ah!
No, that's screaming. Oh, he looks like a man.
I know that's screaming, but how does he feel?
When
do you scream?
He said, ah!
When do you scream? When you feel?
He said,
all right.
oh no.
Going back to our music. Listen, if you're happy and you know it, you
clap
your hands. If you're sad and you know it, you cry. Boo-hoo. If you are
mad, scared.
How does he feel?
Scared.
He said, oh no.
He's scared.
Okay, turn to your partner and share your thoughts. What did you notice? This is really hard to do without a lot of interaction, but I hope you are talking to each other. All right. I hope you saw a variety of strategies. When the kids couldn't do something one way, for example, they're scared, they didn't know the word, I tried to give them visual clues. When that didn't work, I gave them context clues. When that didn't work, I referred back to the music lesson that we had forever. And that was a good way to get them to connect. With differentiated instruction, the third piece that can be differentiated is product, demonstrating how they are learning. In this next couple video clips, it's a really short example, but I think you will still get a sense of how children are achieving their targets, their goals. And my strategy was anytime they achieved something, I would say, okay, I'm going to put a check, which was more a reminder for me than them that they had achieved a target. You might have noticed it in the previous video where when the child looked at the picture and made a guess, I said, oh, that was really good. I'm putting a check on your IP today, because that was one of this kid's IP goals, to use context clues to build vocabulary. So that is something that I have done with children in terms of getting them to demonstrate their learning. Okay, hopefully these videos are not going to skip. The first video is about 2 minutes and the second video is about 2 minutes. So hopefully
listen to this.
It is going to work just fine. But let me move it, let me make it bigger and then share it.
The third creature he met was hanging upside down.
That's the monkey.
Morgan, you were on. What did you have for breakfast?
Pancakes.
That's what you need to eat every day. He saw an animal, a creature that was hanging upside down.
That's the monkey. Upside down.
Yes! Good job, good understanding, good thinking. Morgan thinks it's a monkey. What do you think, Amari? Do you agree? Do you think it's a monkey?
It's a monkey. That's the monkey. Oh, like that.
think it's a monkey hanging upside down? I disagree. I don't think it's a monkey.
I like a monkey.
You agree? You think it's a monkey?
Yeah.
So monkey, monkey, not monkey.
Your monkey?
I don't think it's a monkey. I disagree with you.
Oh, I have the monkey, a little baby.
Oh, you think it's a baby monkey? No.
Is that too big? That's a big one.
It's not a monkey.
The monkey big.
What other animals could hang upside down?
Oh, that's like down on the monkey.
Caterpillars do hang upside down.
No.
And turn into...
Butterfly.
Yeah, they spin a cocoon.
The butterfly that taken out. But they have to turn to chrysalis.
They do have to turn into chrysalis. Check. Oh! Who are you and what do you eat?
A parrot he eats. What she eats?
Look at the picture. What do you think this creature eats?
Flowers.
What do you think, Amari?
She put on the line down the bottom.
Amari, question was, what do you think this animal eats?
She eats a flower that
You think she eats flowers? You think she eats bugs?
She got on her hand.
You think she eats flowers because she's holding one? The frog said, who are you and what do you eat?
I eat flowers.
Well, you're pretty close, Morgan. I am a possum.
Why?
Listen. I am a possum and I eat blossoms.
Now.
What did she say?
She eats blossoms.
Blossoms.
Blossom is blossom.
Nice job, Morgan. You didn't know the word and you said, what's a blossom? A blossom is a flower that's open.
Oh.
Let's stop there. Turn to your partner, share with them what you think was said, how the kid demonstrated their learning. There were a couple pieces there, the chrysalis, the asking when the child didn't know what a word was. This is something we had been working on all year because they were going to go into the mainstream school, and working on communication repair was a key priority. So those are the videos I wanted to share today. I think I'm almost at the end of my time. So in summary, I believe, and I have done this for multiple years, and I'm happy to talk to anybody who wants to advance these skills. I believe that teachers can teach diverse learners in the classroom using shared book reading as an activity when we can identify children's strengths, needs, when we plan and implement differentiated instruction, when we collect data to monitor goal achievement. When we are able to do that, we are able to best support children. I want to leave you with this idea and this thought. We talk a lot about teaching, we talk a lot about intervention. And there are many factors that impact how well a child will do, what the child is doing, what the parents are doing, but also what we as interventionists, as teachers, as therapists are doing. And I think before we point a finger to anybody who is not doing what they are supposed to, we have to think about the I in intervention. And if when we teach, we can be visualized, intensive, intentional, informed by data, interprofessional, inclusive of all the children, introspective and reflective in our thought, and really invested in their growth, we can really make a big difference in the lives of these children. With that, I stop right there. Questions, comments, I'm happy to take them. Here is my contact information. To be a part of it, please scan the QR code and join. We expect to have some webinars focused particularly on group learning and group teaching this year. If you would like to be a part of it, you will get notified on the WhatsApp group. I will take any questions or comments that there are.
Thank you for your awesome lecture. It was a great learning. Ma'am, I'd like to know, this was differentiated instruction for a small group. So what strategies can we use for differentiated instruction when the classroom ratio is 1:20? So any ideas on
Yeah,
that?
so yes, fantastic question. 1:20 is a tough number to really differentiate, right? But research tells us we can still differentiate within those numbers if we engage in something called dynamic grouping. So you are grouping the 20 children into even smaller groups so that they are still working together with or without a lot of support. Typically in kindergarten or first standard classrooms here in the US, there are 20-22 children, particularly for reading. So what the teacher will do is have a reading assessment every 6 weeks, every 8 weeks to see where the children are and group them by ability. It is still difficult to teach all 20 children at the same time. So the teacher will go from group to group or have a group come and rotate out. In my classroom, when I used to have 10 or 12 children all together, one of the things I would do is I would have play-based centers. So some children were doing literacy with me, other children were doing dress up or dramatic play, a few other children were doing blocks and so on, and we would rotate it out. So an assistant would be managing the other children while I was working with still a smaller group, right? 3-4 kids, while the other 16 were doing other things. The only thing I would say is what I worry about in that situation is the noise level. It can get very noisy. So I wouldn't do any listening only tasks in that noisy an environment. And then this was a trick I learned after making many mistakes. Wherever I sat, the 2 centers closest to it were either the quietest materials. So no blocks, because children are going to make lots of noise with blocks. Blocks was, this would be a writing center or a drawing center. So less noise as much as possible right next to me when I'm trying to teach. But you're so welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really an acknowledging session.
Next, we have a round of research presentations.
Hello, Ma. Thank you very much. It was a very nice session, and I totally agree with the way you're working with it. But I think for this, the teachers need to do a lot of reading and have a lot of knowledge to get across.
Yeah, I will say this. I think it is a learned skill. I mean, my first year teaching, I was not doing this and I was not doing this well, right? I didn't actually do a lot of reading and learning. What I had the benefit of was having mentor teachers, having training on how to do this. So I agree that this is not something you can just do your first year out, but I also think this is a very learnable skill, very trainable skill. So that would be my 2 cents about that. Observe, wait, and listen, Amita Dai. Yeah. Hi, Amita Dai.
Yeah, hello. That is what I observed, and I would like to talk about that. That is what is lacking in us. We are impatient.
Okay.
And we don't
Yes.
wait and listen.
So did you notice how my finger or hand was close to my chin often, that was because it would remind me to not talk, to shut up. So I had trained myself to not talk so that I could wait long enough for the children to talk.
Yes.
And, you know, I mean, waiting 10 seconds, counting on your fingers, something like that is a strategy we must practice.
Yes, because otherwise here the questions keep on going, changing, and
La la la. Where you were. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Over to Gayatri ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Thanks to the chair and co-chair. So yesterday we had many research paper presentations. I request Dr. Asavari Shinde and Mr. Swanand Kumar to please come on the dais. Mang Tripathi and Dishat to come. And K. Anjana and Ms. Sumana for the question answer session. So the sub-theme was Policy and Advocacy for Inclusion, Role of Policies in Promoting Inclusive Education and Advocating for the Rights of Individuals with Disabilities. So there were around 6 research paper presentations. So any questions to them? You have any question? Yeah. Meera ma'am.
what made you select the sample in your paper?
Basically, I wanted to show that how actually we theoretically know, we have read or we have been telling that how successful is early intervention. This we waited, it's a longitudinal study, ma'am, because we have been following the child right from the age of 2 years till now. Even today she is in contact with us. I just wanted to show that how collaborative work from the early ages will bring about a positive change. So she is an inspiration, and her achievements, looking at that, at least I just want to say the deaf community to please get awakened. I want more and more parents and family to get involved in early intervention practices.
But as what I remember your paper was focusing on playway method, right? Yes, if I am right. So when it was a playway method and a longitudinal study, So you did not define the objective of the paper, right?
Objective was to show how she is successfully getting got mainstreamed, ma'am. But when she was with our for full-time training program, she was at the age of 1 year to 2.5. So at that time what we used was playway method, and after that when she got mainstreamed, we had our own curriculum, and based on school curriculum, wherever she faced problem, we had different services where we had guidance and counseling for school going children, wherein they could come and take demonstration sessions when they got vacation during their school, or when they had doubts regarding subject teaching. So at that time they got the service in our department. That's where we have gone through these many years.
Yeah. So just a suggestion, next time whenever you do a case study, be your objectives clear as to what are you supposed to do, and when you say successful, so what exactly you mean by successful? Successful in which domain you're talking about?
Okay, sure.
Be it any domain, but be clear in your objectives.
Okay,
Okay, fine.
sure. Thank
Any
you.
other questions? अरे पूछो सवाल, उन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की है, तो अगर आप सवाल नहीं पूछोगे तो उनको लगेगा कि किसी ने सुना ही नहीं.
अमरकेश जी, आपने बताया था कि दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज़ दे रही है फॉर दी हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड, एंड यू ऑल्सो सेड दैट नॉट एवरीबडी इज़ अवेयर अबाउट इट. What can be done so that everybody knows? Because one problem that I have personally faced, where the government says that that child has to get admission in a normal school, but जब वो normal school में जाते हैं तो वो principal क्या teacher भी उनको entertain ही नहीं करते हैं. तो how can we be being in the institute, or we at being in NCED, what can be done about that?
पहला तो जो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट की कंस्टिट्यूशन फैसिलिटीज़ के बारे में मैंने नहीं बताया. मैंने कहा कि जो लोग दिल्ली में रह रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा जो ठीक है, तो वो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा प्रोवाइड की जा रही है, एज वेल एज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा प्रोवाइड की जा रही है. कुछ फैसिलिटीज़ ऐसी हैं जो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा प्रोवाइड की जाती हैं, जैसे पेंशन्स वगैरह हैं, स्कॉलरशिप है. इसके अलावा कुछ फैसिलिटीज़ हैं जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा प्रोवाइड की जा रही हैं. अब आपने कहा, दूसरा क्वेश्चन आपने किया कि जब स्कूल में जाते हैं तो कैसे हेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूट जो है, हाँ,
क्या सारे बच्चों को या पेरेंट्स को मालूम है कि क्या कंसेशंस या फैसिलिटीज़ अवेलेबल हैं, एंड हाउ कैन वी, हमें क्या करना चाहिए जिससे कि एक ये अवेयरनेस तो हो, पीपल सिटिंग इन द ऑडियंस, जो ये फैसिलिटीज़ या कंसेशंस हैं, हाउ मेनी पेरेंट्स नो अबाउट इट?
And we tell them about all those facilities available, but inclusive schools mein to they don't know. One I feel is inclusive schools means there may be resource teachers who are from the field, special field. Those people should be updated with all this information and then passing it on to the parents. You cannot headmaster of the schools are not very much bothered about knowing this. Then it is the problem of the school. The school.
मैडम आप अभी यहाँ पर सिर्फ बात कर रहे हैं कि पेरेंट्स को नहीं मालूम. मैं कहता हूँ कि यहाँ पर जो स्पेशल एजुकेटर बैठे हैं, 47 टाइप की जो कंस्ट्रक्शन फैसिलिटी दी जा रही है दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में, उनको भी नहीं मालूम होगी. तो मैंने सजेशन में ऑलरेडी लिखा है कि एग्जीबिशन के माध्यम से, कैंप के माध्यम से, स्ट्रीट प्ले के माध्यम से, नुक्कड़ के माध्यम से, वीडियो क्लिप्स के माध्यम से, इसके अलावा डिसेबिलिटी इंफॉर्मेशन लाइन के माध्यम से, ये सारे एरिया हैं. Already suggestion mein I have written.
I have a suggestion here, and we again have to go back to the government for this. Everybody has to get a UDID card. That has become mandatory. Yes. So when you go to the government offices for the UDID card, we have to request the government offices where they are applying for the UDID card to give this information to the parent, because every parent goes there without doubt, because that's where you go and you apply for your UDID card.
there are many clips regarding how to get UDID card, how to apply. There are so many clips in the social media. There are so many clips in the social media.
But nobody has computer to go to social media. That's the issue now.
Listen, WhatsApp, everybody is using WhatsApp.
Not in the rural area, sir.
So
See, we are looking at even in the rural area. So when I have had parents who don't even know how to upload the document for the UDID card, so we need to send them. We send them to what we call the State Resource Training Center in Chennai. We tell them go there and upload. And SRTC in Chennai has camps in various places. So whenever they hold camps, we tell them, okay, go there, the camp is going on. So that I'm not sure about the camp information which is available in the rest of the country, but Chennai has.
So मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर जैसे हमारा एक लाइफ मेंबर ग्रुप है, अगर हम उस पे डालते जाएं, जिसके पास जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है, प्लीज़ पुट इट ऑन दैट ग्रुप सो दैट एटलीस्ट हम एटलीस्ट उसके द्वारा बाकी लोगों को पता लग जाए कि क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज़ अवेलेबल हैं.
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं मैडम. ये मैं कई बार लगातार डालता रहता हूँ. NCD जो लाइफ मेंबरशिप ग्रुप है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें इधर उधर की बात करते हैं. उसमें काम की बात कोई नहीं करता है कि PPT शेयर करें या कोई वीडियो क्लिप शेयर करें. मैं तो नहीं देखता हूँ. जितना मेरे से बन पड़ता है मैं लगातार उसमें करता रहता हूँ.
So that is what is my request to everybody, including you and especially जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूट से हैं AYJ से, बिकॉज आप लोग को सबसे पहले पता लगता है कि क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज़ और कंसेशंस हैं. सो इफ़ ऑल ऑफ यू कैन कीप पुटिंग, एंड उसमें क्या होता है नीचे बस एक लाइन लिख दें कंसेशंस अवेलेबल, सो दैट कई लोग नहीं देखते हैं पूरा व्हाट्सएप. अगर एक लाइन में लिखा हो तो वो फिर पीपल विल एटलीस्ट सी दैट.
मैं खुद ही अपनी तारीफ कर लेता हूँ, क्योंकि बुराई तो करने वाले बहुत मिल जाएंगे, तारीफ करने वाला कोई नहीं मिलेगा, इसलिए मैं अपने आप ही तारीफ कर लेता हूँ अपनी. मैंने एक काम ये किया है कि डीएड के जो मेरे स्टूडेंट हैं, डीएड सेकेंड ईयर में CBR प्रोजेक्ट है. तो CBR प्रोजेक्ट में जो मैंने क्वेश्चनर मैंने यूज किया है, कुछ क्वेश्चन उसमें एलिमिनेट किए हैं क्योंकि वो सिर्फ दिल कि उन सारे उसका क्वेश्चनर्स को मैंने क्या किया है कि स्टूडेंट को बोला कि एक एक आप ये प्रोजेक्ट लो, ये इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन फैसिलिटीज़ का, जितने भी हमारे पेरेंट्स आ रहे हैं NIH, क्या करें कि वो हर एक स्टूडेंट 25 क्वेश्चनर 25 स्टूडेंट को कवर करे, 25 पेरेंट्स को कवर करेगा. तो 25 × 36, तो कम से कम इतने लोग तो अवेयर हो जाएंगे. जब आप फैसिलिटीज़ के बारे में पूछेंगे, आपको मालूम है, नहीं मालूम है, मालूम है, नहीं मालूम, नहीं मालूम होगा तो उसको पता चल जाएगा और उसकी क्यूरियोसिटी होगी हाउ टू अवेल इट.
I just wanted to let you know, many came up and asked what is the use of joining NCD as a life member. Yes, this is one of them, where you get to know what are the concessions available. So when you have a life member group and all of you are life members and you are in the group, you are updated on information. It's a way of passing information, so that's one request to all of you. Even if you have joined the AP Telangana chapter, please join a life member or become a life member of NCD and bring to our notice if you are not a member of the life member WhatsApp group, so that one of us admins can add you and you will get information.
एक क्वेश्चन मैं पूछता हूँ आपसे, कितने लोगों को अडिप के अंदर कॉकलियर इम्प्लांट होता है? कॉकलियर इम्प्लांट सर्जरी होने के बाद में बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स हैं वो AVT नहीं ले पाते, यानी कि जो क्लिनिकल जहाँ क्लिनिक में उनको डिप्यूट किया कि भाई आप AVT लें, उसमें वो नहीं पहुँच पाते थे. उस वजह से सरकार ने कुछ उनके लिए अमाउंट देना शुरू किया है. कितना अमाउंट देना शुरू किया, क्या किसी को मालूम है? पर सेशन कितने लोगों को मालूम है? हाथ रेज करें. होता अभी तो क्या था कि सर्जरी हो गई, सर्जरी होने के बाद में उनके आने जाने में, सर्जरी के होने के बाद में क्लिनिकल जो सेटअप है जहाँ AVT लेने के लिए जाते हैं, थेरेपी के लेने जाते हैं, तो वहाँ तक आने जाने में पैसा लगता है, पेरेंट्स को बहुत ज़्यादा खर्चा होता था, इसलिए वो जाने बंद कर देते. अभी सरकार ने क्या किया है, 156 सेशन के लिए पर ईयर for 3 year, 156 into 3, and 200 rupees per session उनको रिम्बर्स होगा उनका आने जाने खर्चा। तो पेरेंट्स को यहाँ चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, पेरेंट्स को 200 रुपये पर डे मिलेंगे जब भी वो थेरेपी लेने के लिए जाएंगे बच्चे को। तो ये बहुत बड़ी कंसेशन फैसिलिटीज सरकार की तरफ से अभी अभी अंडर अडिप स्कीम दी गई है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। अमरकेश सर बहुत सारे पेरेंट ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करते हैं ऑनलाइन, एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट हिम दैट जब भी वो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करते हैं विथ रिगार्ड टू कंसेशन, विथ रिगार्ड टू दी मैनी सोशो इमोशनल हेल्थ, बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स पे करते हैं, तो हर ग्रुप में डालें ताकि एवरीबडी कैन टेल देयर पेरेंट्स टू अटेंड इट। थैंक यू अमरकेश सर। एनी मोर क्वेश्चंस?
With your permission, can I add on to Meera ma'am's
Before that, let me just complete. जो लाइफ मेंबर ग्रुप है, अगर अभी हम देखेंगे उसमें सिर्फ 85 मेंबर्स हैं। देयर आर 400 पीपल सिटिंग हियर। प्लीज बिकम अ मेंबर। इफ यू आर अ लाइफ मेंबर एंड यू आर नॉट ऑन दैट ग्रुप, you can get in touch with me, Gayatri, Amarkesh ji. I'll just see anybody so that at least you become a part, and please do become life members. That's my request. Yes, please. Yes, please register yourself and become a life member.
Yes.
Just sir said about EDIP scheme, so that's why I just wanted to know, since 1.5 years I think the new implants are not being sanctioned, just wanted to know if it is everywhere or if it is
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. The scheme is being modified now and it will go to LMCO, so the talks are still going on, so please wait for the new thing. So any more questions? Yes.
Good morning all. I want a suggestion, madam. While regarding Precious app, we are getting some technical problems. How to solve them, and is there any website or any number whom to approach? Just if you have any clarification, please let me know. Precious app.
So
Regarding
there were
Precious,
2 people for the Precious app.
regarding Precious app, first of all, you enroll through your UDIS number from your principal. There are certain mechanism from principal to your district level DIS center. You can contact to them also. Otherwise, you can directly contact to NCRT, ma'am.
You can get back after this.
Okay, for that, na ma'am, it is unless and until you have UDIS number, you cannot enroll. Yes, ma'am. Just because in our research also, na, I found more than 39. Okay. Ma'am, regarding ma'am that na we have to just follow through your DIS district diet center through CBSE NCRT, ma'am.
With regard to the personal questions, you can meet each other and do. Here basically we are asking for the research paper questions. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, your session was very lively. It was a very good presentation by both of you. My question is, the X strategy that you mentioned, is it developed by your center or is it evidence-based, and can we find more research on it? That's all.
This is done by Ulrika ma'am. She's one of the head of Happy Hand School, and she's thinking about like how to teach deaf children English grammar. So she has come with an idea called English grammar game.
and she started doing research on children, like how to teach them better, and just tried two to three strategies, and one was started working. So I gave them idea, and they are liking it, and they are doing it much better. So they adopted the idea. So that's why we are continuing our research on this thing.
Thank you. Yeah, I have one question for ecosystem. She was for ecosystem, right? If I am not wrong. So in the ecosystem paper, you spoke about the cross subjects, and you gave an example of a water, right? So my query is, the title of your research paper was ecosystem, and you spoke about the cross subjects. So does this match? Can I answer if she's not able to answer?
Yes, like we're talking about the road map thing. So example, if we are teaching science and math, so like we are connecting the different subjects, and that is the ecosystem we are talking about.
That's the cross subjects. You're talking about the correlation, the connection between the subjects, right? So if, as a research point of view, I'm saying, I'm not talking from the other angle. From research point of view, if you had made the title and the objectives for the cross subjects, that what was the outcome of the research with regard to the cross subject teaching only, that would have been fine with the research angle. Ecosystem doesn't match with the subject content what you said, right? If you have attended Asmita ma'am's session, it needs to be more clarity, right? Or बहुत specific होना चाहिए. So next time when you do publication of this research paper, तो सिर्फ objective और title change करना. ठीक है? Fine. Thank you so much to all the research paper presenters.
Thank you.
Please clap for them. Thank you.
एक और जानकारी दे दूं मैं.
बोलिए.
जैसे क्या होता है कि अटिप स्कीम के अंतर्गत कौन कौन से डॉक्यूमेंट चाहिए पेरेंट्स को मालूम नहीं होता है. समटाइम आवर प्रोफेशनल आल्सो फॉरगेट. तो उसके लिए जैसे अटिप स्कीम है ADIP, तो 4 डॉक्यूमेंट तो ADIP से ही रिलेटेड है. A फॉर आधार कार्ड, D फॉर डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट, I फॉर इनकम सर्टिफिकेट एंड P फॉर फोटोग्राफ. ADIP एंड UDID कार्ड. ये मैंने A फॉर आधार कार्ड, D फॉर डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट, I फॉर इनकम सर्टिफिकेट, P फॉर फोटोग्राफ एंड UDID कार्ड. ये मुझे भी नहीं पता था. मेरे ही एक स्टूडेंट ने इजाद किया. मेरे ही स्टूडेंट ने मुझे बताया. थैंक यू. थैंक यू.
Okay. Gayatri ma'am only. So you said ecosystem, and you had asked the question, ma'am. So like example, if we say the water is there, so in water, like we are saying it is going to rain, and whatever the thing is, we are explaining the water ecosystem. So like here we are taking every concept and everything into this thing. I agree that because like we are connecting every word with the ecosystem, so that's why we named it as.
If you see your research paper and if you go through the explanation what you gave about your research paper, it was on the correlation. How can you connect water with the other thing? मतलब ये लैंग्वेज में कैसे कर सकते हैं, EVS में कैसे कर सकते हैं, मैथ्स में कैसे कर सकते हैं, साइंस में कैसे कर सकते हैं, अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट में आप कैसे कोरिलेशन या क्रॉस सब्जेक्ट सिखा सकते हैं. ठीक है, आपने एग्जाम्पल वाटर कर दिया, तो वाटर एज एन एग्जाम्पल फॉर द इकोसिस्टम, इट्स एन एग्जाम्पल, इलस्ट्रेशन, राइट? इट कैन नॉट बी अ टाइटल और एन ऑब्जेक्टिव. तो ऑब्जेक्टिव आपका क्रॉस सब्जेक्ट होना चाहिए था या कोरिलेशन अमॉन्ग द सब्जेक्ट्स होना चाहिए था. कंटेंट वाज वेरी गुड, इलस्ट्रेशंस वर वेरी गुड. जो रोड मैप बोला था वो काफ़ी अच्छा था. आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग फॉर द इलस्ट्रेशंस, आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ रिसर्च. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Please clap for them. So we'll have next Research paper presenters, Ambuj, Mahesh, Vibhuti, Sagar Ali Khan, Bhavna, Prerna, and who else? Whom I am forgetting? I guess all. Pallavi. Why you are not here? Pallavi, you are not here. I can't. Pallavi, हाँ. Pallavi, Nishant, Bhavna, Prerna, Naila, Ahmed. Yeah. Please come fast. Any questions? Bhai पूछो. No questions? Yeah, Meera has all the questions.
Okay, for your paper, I had a question when, yeah, Ambush's paper, I had a question when you were talking about stress management in parents, correct? Okay, how did you choose the fathers in your study? You had some fathers and some mothers. Normally, the caregiver invariably ends up as the mother. Nobody chooses the father. How did you choose the father?
मैडम जैसा मैंने बताया था कि मैंने जो प्रीवियस स्टडी की थी रिलेटेड टू माय डिसर्टेशन, तो मैडम मैंने वहाँ पे भी मदर्स को लिया था क्योंकि मदर्स आर मोर सफरिंग एज कम्पेयर टू द फादर एंड लॉट्स ऑफ रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर ऑल्सो द सपोर्ट दैट द दिस स्टडी. सो आई एम थिंकिंग कि मदर्स पे ही एक बार करना इम्पॉर्टेंट है. एंड व्हाट अबाउट फादर्स? तो मैडम फादर्स इस चीज़ को मतलब बहुत फ्यू ऑफ द फादर्स टेकिंग इट सीरियसली. इवन आई एम वर्किंग एज ए स्पेशल एजुकेटर इन आयुष ऑल्सो. उधर भी मैडम यही सीन है कि अगर मैं देखूं तो 100 मदर्स पे ओनली 5 या 4 फादर्स आर कमिंग इन स्कूल. सो मैडम तो वहाँ पे मुझे लगा कि अगर बच्चे के पेरेंट्स के स्ट्रेस को देखना है तो मैम बेसिकली मदर्स को हमें टारगेट मतलब उनको लेना ज़्यादा सही होगा. और फादर्स में मैम मैंने एक चीज़ देखी है ना, बहुत सारे मतलब मदर्स आपके प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड, सोल्यूशन बेस्ड और इमोशन बेस्ड दोनों स्ट्रेटजी को फॉलो करती हैं. और मैक्सिमम ऑफ फादर वो इग्नोर कर देते हैं उन चीज़ों को. ठीक है, कर रही है, जाने दो. और मैम उनको अपने बच्चों के बारे में भी दे डोंट हैव इनफ नॉलेज कि व्हाट टाइप ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी. मैम बेसिकली मैं HI बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, बट वहाँ पे मेरे जितने भी क्लाइंट्स थे दे ऑल आर मैक्सिमम ऑफ द ऑटिस्टिक, ADHD एंड ID. तो मैडम वहाँ पे भी उनके फादर्स को हमें सेपरेटली बुला करके उस चीज़ों को समझाना पड़ता है, अदरवाइज वो उस चीज़ को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते हैं. Ma'am, because mother can understand the...
Yeah, mother can understand the technique, correct. But how do you reach out to the mother? Is it easier reaching out to the mother or reaching out to the father?
Ma'am, mother is easy. Ma'am, that's why I am telling that it's a convenient something.
Okay. Any other questions? Last benches? Last benches से पोल के टाइम पे एक्टिव हो जाते हैं शायद. No questions? Okay, fine. There are no questions. या तो उन्होंने सुना या तो नहीं सुना. I don't know. But please clap for them. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now we have research paper presentations. All the presenters kindly be ready. kindly note, if anybody wants to take a tea break, can go and come back. Meanwhile,
Being the last day, we have a lot of papers, so we have to run through it. So there is no tea break per se. But if you are stepping out, please finish and come back immediately. But mid group is going out, please come back immediately after you finish tea. Hello? Can I have a thumbs up from all those stepping out? Oh dear, everybody's out. TK.
Harika, please be ready. I'll announce better. Everybody please settle. Where are my volunteers? Bhavna, Prerna, go tell them to come. Mahesh, सबको बोलो आने के लिए. The first paper presenter is Niharika, a study of parents' perspective towards cross-disability early intervention services offered to their child with disability at CDIC Mumbai. She's come.
This one is the
Saraswati madam. Niharika, you have 8 minutes. Okay, crystal clear, crisp mein. Okay, and maintain the time and talk in the way where people understand you. Okay, everybody is not a researcher here.
Yes, eh? This is next and this is previous. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, interpret.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Niharika Singh. I am a lecturer contractual at Ali Awarjung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyangjan, Mumbai. This is this research study that I have undertaken. The topic of the study is study on perspective of parents toward cross-disability, towards early intervention services offered to children with disabilities at Cross-Disability Early Intervention Center, Mumbai. For this PPT, this research study, I had very able guidance of Mrs. Poonam Matre. Madam is a teacher and coordinator of CDIC Mumbai. So let me quickly tell you, this will be the flow of my presentation. This is a quote that I really love that is given by Professor Pamela Snow. I hope you are able to read it. I'll quickly sift through these. I'll just give you I'll just simply tell you, you will see a lot of pictures on this PPT and you might feel that these are not matching the theme. Actually, my whole PPT is very monotonous, like monochrome. The color in my PPT is added by these children of our CDIC. So it was in 2021, 17th of June, that Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment flagged this program, a pilot program where 7 national institutes and 7 CRCs, they started their cross-disability early intervention centers. One of them was here at Mumbai, where I am employed. So CDICs, basically they work on the cross-disability approach, where under the same roof, you get a holistic services like counseling services, intervention services, you'll get school readiness services. So all of these services are present right under one roof. You will get all the professionals which are required for the intervention of your children in 0 to 6 years of age. So this is the cross-disability approach that we are following at CDIC Mumbai. So there is no bifurcation, like only this disability accepted, other disabilities are not accepted. So this was the main agenda. Also, CDICs, they incorporate parents of the children as their main partners. This is a parent-centric approach where parents are being empowered. Sifting through this. Since this was a very new approach, also the scheme, the policy makers, they will always need some pushback, like some feedback from the people who are actually working in the field. Hence, I felt the need to conduct this research study. And since parents are the key, That is why I went for the parental perspectives, how parents are feeling towards the services. So the objective of my study was, I was studying the perspective of parents toward 4 main domains. It was the identification services, therapeutic services, counseling services, and school readiness services. These are a few review of literature. I'll sift through that. This was the methodology that we have selected for the study. It was a mixed method. The specific type was explanatory sequential method. We first conducted a quantitative analysis followed by a qualitative analysis. It was a convenient sampling. We invited 85 parents to answer our 5-point Likert 5-point rating scale. And also later we invited parents who had enrolled their children in 2021 or 2022 to become a part of a focus group discussion where 10 questions in total, 5 majorly were the 5 were leading questions, and later in those probing questions were also asked by the researchers. The data was collected through survey and focus group discussion, data analysis was done, and then we reached this result. So I will sift through that. So you will see, these graphs, you will see, these pie charts, you will see. So this demonstrates the heterogeneity of the people who are attending, the parents who are attending. So we had parents who had different educational qualification, who had children with different disabilities, who had like those parents belong to different age groups. Also, these parents were taking the service of CDICs by enrolling their children at different ages. So first was perspective towards screening and identification services. You will see there are 2 graphs over here. One is the item-wise analysis that was present in the tool. So each item of the tool has been present over here, and then that is the response that we received. So I will sift through this. The general trend that emerged in my result was, in the analysis was that majorly 75, 76, 78% parents used to say, we are very satisfied, the services are very good, they were very satisfied, this was what we were getting. But there was this something now that we felt, okay, why the 25% or the 23%, maybe 18%, why these parents, why do they feel that these services are not good? Why do they feel that there is something lacking? Those lacunas we needed to find out so as we could make the changes. Hence, we proceeded for the focus group discussion. So, the themes and quotes that emerged in the focus group discussion was, first was services offered by the CDIC, second was the level of satisfaction towards the services. Services offered by the CDIC. So, we were very, like, therapy is something that not any random person can provide. You need good professionals for that, who are in touch with the needs of the children, right? So, amazingly, the parents were saying that the therapeutic services that they were getting, they were very beneficial. They were very happy with the services that they were receiving. Parents were very content. They were feeling benefited by the timely guidance. This was very important. They used to say earlier, when we were going from center to center, we did not find timely guidance, like counseling that we required. But here at CDIC Mumbai, the professionals, they're very prompt. They understand where we need this guidance, where we need counseling. They can see in our demeanor that, okay, this person now needs counseling, and hence, counseling was also provided to them on time. Empowerment services, the parents felt empowered by the numerous training programs. So many parent training programs are undertaken by the professionals at the CDIC. Different topics are taken up, and they receive the proper guidance that is required by the parents, and the parents were feeling like, no, this is not a waste of our time. We enjoy it a lot, and it somehow helps us, our family members too, to understand the needs. The next was support and hand-holding. These were the like transition. It's very important, right? Transition. The child, when the child comes, usually solitary रहना है, I don't want to work in groups. No, no, no. The parents also feel, no, 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 don't put them in groups. You give one-on-one therapy sessions now. But later the parents felt, okay, this transition was very swift from individual to smaller groups to larger groups. This is something, they were very supportive of that. And slowly, they were also very happy by the school placements and in the informed choices that the parents were now able to make. The other referrals for parents were glad that the necessary overall development was monitored, and other referrals like medical professionals, when to go to the medical professionals, all of that was also taken care of. What are the recommendations for the CDIC? So sometimes it happens that the testing for care facilities, it is not in the premises. Sometimes it happens that these facilities are not working, or sometimes this happens. So the parents suggested that please keep those facilities in the premises itself. They also said that the professionals who are hired by the CDIC are all on an outsourced basis. So please hire professionals who are on permanent basis so as to reduce the turnover. So the rapport building programs, the rapport building is not required time and time again. They needed more information towards the governmental policies, and they wanted the frequency of the sessions to be increased. These were the recommendation for the parents. They wanted, like, the parents should strengthen the bond with the professionals. They should cooperate with the professionals. Home activities should be taken.
Time up.
So sorry, ma'am.
Just one last sentence.
Yeah. So these were the limitations of the study. We could not standardize the tool, so that was a major lack. Only 2 parents were involved in the pilot study. Right now we are 23 strong. 23 CDICs are active and working. So it is very important that more research studies should be carried out throughout the centers. Also, a larger parents could be, like a number of parents could have been included for the focus group discussion. This is the conclusion of my study.
Thank you, Niharika.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Niharika. So CDIC basically 2021 में शुरू हुआ AYJ NISHD में, जो 21 डिसेबिलिटीज़ को केटर करता है, और उसी के ऊपर एक रिसर्च स्टडी था निहारिका एंड पूनम मात्रे मैडम का. They both are a part of AYJ NISHD. Excellent research paper, but this research paper is not considered for an award because it is done by an NCD India Assistant Secretary. So as per the rule, NCD के जो भी कमिटी मेंबर्स होते हैं वो भले रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, पर हम उसको अवार्ड के लिए कंसीडर नहीं करते हैं ताकि बाकी सबको चांस मिल सके. So Sridevi, your paper is not considered, but an excellent research paper. Yeah. So please clap for the research. Poonam, please stand and show your face. Poonam was behind, and Poonam is the coordinator for the CDIC. Poonam, please go and stand there. She is my pillar of Department of Education. So the CDIC has been taken care of by Poonam. I think we have more than 200 cases with different disabilities, and 9 to 5:30, ये तो सिर्फ time बोल रही हूँ मैं, but before that and after that she is always with the parents. So hats off to the team. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to make a crisp suggestion here. You people belong to the government, I understand. You are a national institute, I understand. But my pet peeve here is you are handling cross disabilities. You are all trained in HI. You are not trained in the other disabilities. Do you
Excuse
have
me,
people? Wait.
We have a team of special educators
trained in
HI, ASD, ID. Then we have physiotherapists, occupational therapists, psychologists. The whole team is there to give the
Excellent,
services.
thank you.
Ma'am, in total 11 professionals are currently working in the CDIC.
Yeah, we have 11 professionals, and we do follow a transdisciplinary approach. So we do not follow multidisciplinary approach, we follow transdisciplinary approach. So every expert in CDIC knows the strength and weakness of the other expert. And we do have, जैसे महेश का research paper था on collaboration, so we do collaborate daily. So ऐसा नहीं है कि हफ्ते में एक बार या महीने में एक बार, daily. So thanks to Niharika and Poonam. No questions, you can meet them and ask them. Next paper is by Manjula and Ramana Kumari. Not there? Okay. Then we have Sharanya and Preeti. Not there? Okay, fine. We have Subhasmita and Maria. Please go. Faster, faster. 28. Number 28. I have to tell the poll people the number also.
So, good morning to all. I am Subhasmita and she is Maria. We are MA student from AYJ NIST Mumbai. This is our research topic, awareness level of mainstream school educators about inclusive education practices. This study basically focus on how aware the mainstream school teachers about inclusive education practices. In this study, we focus basically on the universal design for learning, differentiated instruction and adaptation in evaluation. This is our flow of presentation. So basically, inclusive education is foster the equitable and quality education, emphasize the need to provide all the learners regardless their need and the abilities and disabilities with an equal opportunity. Basically, the RPWD Act 2016 provide a legislative framework for inclusive education, ensuring all children learn together, and the NEP 2020 advocate the creating an inclusive learning environment that cater the diverse need of students. But the effectiveness of inclusive education relies on educators' ability to implement inclusive strategy. This inclusive education strategy such as universal design for learning, differentiated instruction and adaptation in evaluation aims to promote participation, diversity and equitable access. When UDL provide flexible learning approach, differentiated instruction offer various way of student to learn and demonstrate knowledge according to their needs, and adaptation and evaluation support fairness in assessment. These are the need of the study. So basically the need of the study is educators are know about the inclusive education practice, but they didn't apply in real life classroom situation. These are the review of the related literature. And these are the objectives. To study the awareness level of mainstream school educators about universal design for learning. And second objective is to study the awareness level of mainstream school educator about differentiated instruction. And the third objective is to know awareness level of the mainstream educator about adaptation in evaluation. And these are the research question. What is the level of awareness among mainstream school teacher and differentiated instruction and adaptation in evaluation? These are the methodology. Basically, the quantitative method research we take, and the tool is researcher made tool, which is multiple choice questionnaire. Then descriptive survey design is taken. The sample size is 30 participants of mainstream school educators. Sampling technique we take convenient sampling, and descriptive statistic analysis we use for data analysis. The age range of educator basically 41 to 50 years के अंदर के जो एजुकेटर्स है उनका ज़्यादा था participation, and here 53% is female educators and 47% is male educators. And in number of children in mainstream school classes, basically 30 above, which is 57%. Then awareness level of universal design for learning. बेसिकली जो 30 टीचर्स हम लिए थे उनमें से 13 टीचर they are highly know about the concept of universal design of learning, and 9 teachers are moderately know, and 8 of the teachers are they are just know about 10 to 40%. These are some questions we asked them. And this is how awareness level of differentiated instruction. Only 2% 2 participants out of 30 are aware about the highly aware about the differentiated instruction. Then 9 participants is out of 30 is moderately aware. 11 participants out of 30 is 30 to 40% aware, and 8 participants they have low awareness. These are the some questions. And in awareness level of adaptation evaluation, only 2 out of 30 are highly aware, and 8 out of 30 are moderately, and 30 to 50%, 30 teachers are 30 to 50 percent aware, and 7 participants are out of 30 is less aware. And these are the some. So basically, in our study, we find that जो awareness in UDL में था, so teachers are know about the concept of UDL, but they don't know about how to implement in the class. In differentiated instruction, they are less aware about the concept. They don't know how to implement the and in evaluation. They have basic knowledge that we follow formative assessment, CC, etc. But they don't know, they have lack in training to apply in this real life classroom situation. So,
was done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next paper, I just want one quick suggestion for you. You are presenting for the first time, write it down and read. It's okay. Nothing wrong in reading. And don't look at this lady. Okay? I think you are scared of her. I don't know what it is. Don't look at this lady. Look at the audience so that you will be a little more comfortable. All right? And write it down and read. You're struggling. I can see that you're a first presenter. Write and read. Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, she is the first. I think पहली बार उसने present किया है, and with some time only पूरा research paper बनाया है. I do understand. I am her teacher. इसके लिए थोड़ा tension हो रहा होगा. But please clap for the people who do it for the first time, ताकि उनको motivate कर सके कि हर time पे वो paper present कर सके. ठीक है? Please attention, poll. 5 questions, don't forget. Chalo, we have a next presenter. All pull down, mid group. Pakka? Chalo, good. At least raise your hand so that I understand. So we have a next presenter, presenter Aditya Verma. The topic is awareness and challenges of special teachers in integrating technology in teaching learning practices in the context of NEP 2020. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I am Aditya Verma, a student of AYJ-NISSD D Mumbai. With the permission of the chair, would like to wing my presentation on awareness and challenges of a special teacher in integrating technology in teaching learning practices in the context of NEP 2020. And this is flow of presentations. First, introduction. The integration of technology in education has emerged as a transformative approach to enhance teaching learning practices. Across diverse contexts, special educators who cater to a student with the unique learning needs face distinct challenges and opportunities in this evolving educational landscape. The National Education Policy NEP 202 emphasizes the use of technology as a critical enabler to ensure inclusive and equitable education for all learners. However, the successful adoptions of technology require as a comprehensive understanding of the awareness, preparedness, and challenges faced by special educators. This study seeks to explore the extent to which special teachers are equipped to integrate technology into their teaching practices, identify the barriers they encounter, and purpose strategies to address these challenges in alignment with the goal of NEP 2020. By examining these critical aspects, the researcher aims to contribute to the development of effective policies and interventions that support special educators in harnessing technology to enhance the learning outcome for the student with disabilities. Need of the studies: transforming education's unique challenges, diverse learners need awareness gap, training deficiency, transformational issues, alignment with the NEP 2020 targeted interventions. Review of literature.
Skip the review.
Okay, thank you.
See the objectives pe
Objectives: to study a special education teachers' awareness level of integrating technology in teaching learning practices in the line with the NEP 2020 goals. Next, to identify challenges faced by teachers in integrating technology into teaching learning practices in the alignment with the NEP 2020 goals. Aim of the studies: to assess the technological knowledge and to identify the challenges of a special educators which they face in integrating technology into the teaching learning process in alignment with the NEP 2020 goals, while the working with the student with hearing impairment and intellectual disability in Mumbai. Methodology. Tool: researcher made tool, researcher design, descriptive design, sample size 60 participation, simple technique, persuasive sampling, selection criteria, special educators, HI and ID. Demo for this chart here show that the 73% of the educators use the technology to teach the regular school subjects. Next. And the chart shows the variety of online teaching platform used by the educators, making the Zoom and mostly used tool of all which is used 66% of the educators. Mostly Zoom का ही use किया जा रहा है, specifically ज़्यादा और भी प्लेटफॉर्म है, जैसे गूगल क्लासरूम है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम्स है, बहुत सारे चीज़ें हैं, बट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग जूम का ही यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे रिसर्च स्टडीज़ में पता चला है. Next, the 70% of the educators mentioned that they are received online teaching training from the respective institutions. Next, टेक्नोलॉजी अवेयरनेस, जो मेरा पहला ऑब्जेक्टिव था, उससे जो हमने पता चला है, the level of awareness of the technology tool includes the 69% of the educators, whereas the 31% of the educators responded that they are not full aware of the use of technology. And these are the questions जो हमने tools में डाला था. तो जब पता चला है कि जो which platform provide the resources for the teachers to integrate technology in the classroom, ई-पाठशाला को सबसे ज़्यादा लोगों ने चूज़ किया था. And these are questions and challenges जो हमने identify किया है, मतलब research में डाला है, वो technological challenges, pedagogical challenges, psychological challenges and financial challenges. First, technological challenges. Technological challenges are for being unfamiliar with the tools and platforms, 66.7. Hindi? Okay. Pedagogical challenges में 79% लोगों का जो प्रॉब्लम है वो है limited knowledge of operating and troubleshooting digital tools has. And psychological challenges, lack of personalized tools for individual learning requirements, 20%. Financial challenges and summary and conclusions. The National Education Policy NEP 2020 strongly emphasized the integration of technology into the teaching learning practices, recognize its the potential to transform education. Second, limited awareness of NEP 2020 guidelines, need for the capacity building programs, integration of technology in the pedagogy, the digital literacy for the personal and professional growth. Recommendation to address the challenges, financial assistance, development of personalized learning tool, comprehensive training program, awareness drivers for NEP 2020, institutional support, recognition and incentives. This is a reference and thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Aditya, in a nutshell, can you say what are the outcomes of your study? Simple way में आप बता सकते हैं कि आपको क्या जानना था और आपने क्या पाया? Simple language में.
Basically, मैं AYJ से बिलोंग करता हूँ, तो वहाँ पे बहुत सारा प्रोग्राम होता है, जैसे कि CRE प्रोग्राम, FDP प्रोग्राम. तो वहाँ पे जितने भी स्पेशल एडुकेटर्स लोग आते हैं, तो हमने मतलब वहाँ भी हमें वॉलंटियर करने का मौका मिलता है. तो हम देखते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी से बहुत लोग मतलब दूर भागते हैं. कोई भी चीज़ उनको बोलेंगे कि ऑनलाइन फीडबैक दे दीजिए सर, या फिर आप मैं कुछ क्वेश्चन दे रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन के फॉर्म में, आप इसे फिल कर दीजिए. तो अरे नो नो नो, मतलब थोड़ा प्रिंट का फॉर्म में ला के दे दो, ऐसे करके दे दो, तो वो ज़्यादा मेरे लिए बेटर रहेगा. तो मुझे यही जानना था कि एक लिमिटेड टाइम में कि जो स्पेशल एडुकेटर्स हैं उनका अवेयरनेस क्या है, मतलब कितना है अवेयरनेस है उनको टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड, और क्या क्या अगर नहीं है तो क्या क्या चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं बेसिकली.
क्या चैलेंज आपको लगा? कौन सा ऐसे चैलेंज है जो बहुत बड़ा हर्डल है?
अवेयरनेस तो है मैम, मतलब बेसिकली ये नहीं कह सकते कि अवेयरनेस नहीं है, लोगों के पास अवेयरनेस है, बट चैलेंजेस में यही है कि लोगों का जो ट्रेनिंग हुआ है, जो ट्रेनिंग टाइम जो टीचर्स ट्रेंड हुए थे उस टाइम पर टेक्नोलॉजी उनके पास नहीं था. तो अब क्या है कि उनके पास थोड़ा सा उनको फेस करना पड़ रहा है चैलेंज कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, क्या नहीं कर सकता हूँ. बस हेजिटेशन ही मेनली मुझे देखा जा रहा है, और मतलब इतने लिमिटेड टाइम में मैम मुझे यही पता चला.
थैंक यू, थैंक्स आदित्य. Paul, and one more thing, it's okay to speak in Hindi, it's okay to speak in Marathi, it's okay to speak in our own regional language. इंग्लिश हमारी मातृभाषा नहीं है, इंग्लिश हमारा L1 नहीं है. सो जो भाषा में आप कंफर्टेबल होते हो आपको वही भाषा का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए. कभी कभी हमें लगता है इंग्लिश आना बहुत ज़रूरी है, आना चाहिए, इट्स अ यूनिवर्सल लैंग्वेज, आना चाहिए. बट अगर आप कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो तो इट्स ओके, एक्सेप्ट एंड गो एंड फेस द वर्ल्ड. ठीक है, चलो गो. अटेंशन पोल. महेश डाल दिया. लास्ट बेंचर्स पोल, हाथ ऊपर करे अगर हो गया तो. Mid-benchers, good. Bacha Santosh Yadav. Done with the poll? Thank you. Acha, 1 minute, 1 minute. Poll done. Chalo. The next presenter is Santosh Yadav and Sheikh Gulab Jan. Okay. The title is Effectiveness of Diverse Fun Learning Activities in Enhancing the Comprehension of Mathematical Concepts among Preschool Children with Hearing Impairment.
Good morning, all of you. Myself, Dr. Santosh Yadav, Assistant Professor in Special Education, All Institute of Speech and Hearing. And this paper prepared by, in the department, we are running the PhD Special Education. So one of the PhD scholar named Sheikh Gulab Jan, actually paper prepared by her, but I guided and I supported to her. So she was not able to come, so I will be as a representative to present.
Santosh Yadav, you have already presented yesterday, right?
Ma'am, I am the co-presenter of this.
Where is the other presenter?
She is unable to came, and she has written a letter to the NCD, so she will not able to present. So that's I am going to present. Yeah.
Normally, only one person is allowed to project according to the rules. One person can present. You are presenting for the second time. I would have to disqualify you. Sorry.
Award will not be considered. You can present, but this paper will not be considered for the award. Is it okay?
Yeah, but having come here, go ahead. But hereafter, please note, you can come up on stage only once.
Actually, as we get the information, they told that two paper
Yes.
we can present.
You can be a co-presenter in another paper.
Yeah, I am the co-presenter of
But
this.
you are not, you are the person standing here presenting, which is what I am questioning you.
Okay.
You can be a co-presenter, but where is your first presenter?
As I said that she has given a letter to the NCD when she given the paper. So she asked to the whether the sir will go for the presenting. So they accept the paper.
Today it's okay.
Yeah.
But this paper you won't get poll.
Yeah, I know, madam. I know. Yeah. So, yeah, because previously as standing, we get the information, so the morale, whoever will come here, so they will get the loose morale. So it's not good. If you are saying something, say the before, you are coming here, it's not good. So as a resource, means as a professionals, it's not good in the stage. So sorry, I'm going to present.
Please present, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. As I said that the presentation title will be there. Effectiveness of the diverse learning activities enhancing the comprehension of mathematical concepts among preschool children with hearing impairment. So the introduction, as a early childhood education, fostering a solid foundation mathematical concept crucial. This whole particularly true in the preschool because we are running the preschool. So in that the research has been taken in the preschool. Many of the things as a foundation, as a support for the study. So as this traditional method often focus on the rote learning and formal procedure which may not always connect with the young learner. This shift emphasizes the importance of the creating an inclusive and enjoyable learning experience so that the study was taken. So we'll see that what it mean by diverse fun learning activity. So diverse fun learning activities are essential for the enhancing preschoolers' mathematical comprehensions. NCERT and early childhood education policy also, they are emphasizing that games and manipulatives engagement and fun learning. So they also emphasize the play-based learning, puzzles, and they are emphasizing as NCFFS also fostering and encouraging for this this type of study. And in the foundation, it says they are encouraging for the activity-based learning and play-based learning. So for this diverse fun learning activity we have taken. So these are the related literature which are supporting to the study. I'm not going to discuss. The research gap, as the previous literature, we have found some research gap. Limited studies focus on the how preschool children with a hearing impairment grasp mathematical concepts through the fun-based learning. Previously, there was a lack of the studies, so these are the way. Comparatively, traditional methods, we have the lack. So most research emphasizing the short-term outcomes, and it is not a long-term outcomes study. Traditional assessment tools fails to capture the complete learning experiences of these children, so it's also one of the research gap. And the cultural and contextual influence along with the integration of the multi-disciplinary or multi-sensory approach is also not founded in the study. So on these bases, the title was taken. So why need the study? A critical need to explore the fun-based approach to enhance mathematical learning for preschool children with hearing impairment, and the inclusive engaging environment proven at their applications in mathematics for the demographic is under research. So for this, the study evaluate the effectiveness of the diverse fun learning activities compared to the traditional methods. So that's the study was undertaken. So these are the statement of the problem. Moving further, these are the objectives. For this study, we have taken 4 objectives, 4 research questions, and according we have taken the 2 hypotheses. So moving further, so methodology was there. Method was experimental method was used. In that there was a 2 group, group 1 and group 2. For that we have selected the, we have given the treatment. First we chosen the fun-based activity learning, and for the X2 we given the conventional learning method. And there was a taken the pre-test and post-test, as I said, that O1 and O2. For that, we have selected the 24 preschool CWHI in the 12 for the treatment, and for the 12 we have taken as a conventional method. They were the 3 to 6 years of the older child, and the level of the hearing, moderate to profound hearing level we were selected, and socio-economical status was there, the lower and middle stage, and no other additional disability they have. Moving with the sample techniques, purposive sample techniques was used. Researcher made close-ended tests were used. Moving further, these were the sample items which are taken as a pre-test and post-test. The teaching method with diverse learning activities. This was a teaching method we taken as a fun-based learning activities, and we given the treatment. And the treatment schedule was there, like session 1 and session 2. Total 24, yeah, I will later. So we have taken 21 session, 11 session in the first session. And each session was at 2 hours, and the session 2 also there was there. And these were the photos which was given the treatment. In that we have selected the photo and we depicted the photo here. And the data analysis was there. Each group's percentage mean scores and standard deviation we have taken. And inter-groups comparison also done with the descriptive stage. T-test also applied for the analysis. Then moving further, this was the first result and discussion. Research question as depicted in the table, so that the effectiveness of the conventional learning activities in enhancing the comprehension of the mathematical concept, the pre-test stage among the preschool children. According to this, we have selected the research question. So on the basis of, we seen that in the pre-test, they have the moderate, with the conventional method, they have the moderate level of the things. The result was taken as a moderate level. Moving further, in the if conventional learning, when we taken the post-test things, so there also it was a moderate. There was no any difference between the pre-test and post-test. When we move in the for the diverse phone learning, so there was a, in the pre-test there was a 12, it was as a conventional, but when we moved to the post-test, so it was reflected that they enhanced their learning and they enhanced their cognitions. So there was a maximum level of the students, they given the answer. So it was as study, it was reflected, and the fun-based learning, it was acted, and it was worked. So we selected the two hypotheses. On the basis of the hypothesis, we compared with the conventional method and the fun diverse in the pre-test. So in the pre-test, it was retained. There was a suppose that there was no any significant difference. So it was found that there was no any significant difference. But in the post-test, it was a significant difference. The hypothesis, whatever we selected, that there is no any significant difference, but there was a significant difference between the conventional method and the fun diverse learning. So that the hypothesis, whatever we have selected, it was rejected, and that there was a significant difference came. So this was a study. And after that conclusion, that we find out that diverse fun learning activities significantly enhance in the mathematical comprehension among the preschool children with hearing impairment. And these activities foster cognitive development, confidence, academic success. And educator and curriculum developer also, they can take this type of activity and they can build in the preschool program and curriculum. So education implications also, it's emphasized that integration of the interactive for learning activities and preschool curricula. And these methods enhance the mathematical comprehension, cognitive development, problem solving skills, language acquisitions, and surpassing the traditional approaches. So these are the activity, and the policymaker, they can also take this type of activity. So these are the references. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू संतोष.
Yeah.
तो जो आप डाइवर्स फन एक्टिविटीज़ की बात कर रहे हैं,
Yes.
तो आपने जो भी एक्टिविटीज़ डिसाइड की, कैसे डिसाइड की?
Actually, in the preschool, the special educator, they are using the traditional method, and sometimes they use some other way. So they feel that, as without research, they seen that there is a reflection or happening. So that they selected the some fun-based activity, like we have seen, we have depicted there are many of the activities. So they selected, they came to me, said, can we prepare this type of research? So I told that, yeah, you can do and add some things more as activity. So they found that activity, and it was reflected in the research also.
मतलब जो डाइवर्स फन एक्टिविटीज आपने रिसर्च के लिए चुनी थी, वो टीचर्स के खुद के एक्सपीरियंस के अनुसार थे, मतलब सेल्फ एक्सपीरियंस कि मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जब मैं ये करती हूँ तो ऐसा ऐसा हो सकता है, तो इट इज सेल्फ जो खुद का रिफ्लेक्शन था उसके अनुसार था, राइट?
They on that time only one or two things they face and they use. For the 1-2 we cannot do the research, so I added the more things, 5 to 6 things. You can add these things and it will also reflect on the study and on the result. Yeah,
fine. Just one from research perspective. ठीक है? तो नेक्स्ट टाइम जब ऐसा रिसर्च करते हैं तो जो भी एक्टिविटीज जब टीचर्स करती है और उनको लगता है कि कुछ अलग हो रहा है, मेक अ लिस्ट, गिव इट टू द वैलिडेटर्स. Give it to the, because this is self. It's okay. हम research self के लिए भी करते हैं, and it is an action research.
Ma'am, I forget to give that things. These all I added here when we selected the items. These all given to the some validators. It will be. It will be. Yes.
That's why I thought ki.
Yeah, I missed that. It was given to the researchers. Yes.
Fine. Then it is a proper research paper.
Yeah.
Good. Very good.
I'm not questioning on your research. My question here is a different question. In your pictures, you had the parents with the children, which is very essential because it's an early intervention program. The children are very young. My question to you here is, are you able to have some control on whether the parent over enthusiastically does the work instead of encouraging the child?
Yeah, madam, when we selected the conventional teaching method and when we given the diverse fun learning, so we had some control that the parents should not bias with our study. So we controlled some extent. It was not more, but some extent we control for the study.
Because this will affect your study.
Yeah.
The parents are over enthusiastic and they are very worried.
Yeah.
They are very worried and they tend to overpower and start working with the child.
Yeah.
They do the job of the child, which will affect your study.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to check on that.
We control the things, and we not before we going to the treatment, we not told to the parents we are going to implement that this type of activity. So they unaware. Parents were unaware. So it was a control, and another 2 to 3 things we taken as a consideration for the controlling the things.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
One question. Sir, well presented, sir. And actually, I have one question. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sir,
yeah.
sir, actually, 2 hours duration you said, no, for intervention procedure.
Yeah.
The child is cooperated.
No,
during that
2
time?
hours intervention, we have the 2 times, forenoon and afternoon. In the forenoon, it was only 30 minutes of the session. In the 30-minute session, we another 30-minute sessions, we taken some assessment and because some warm-up for the taken this time. So whole time was 1 hour before afternoon and means before noon and afternoon. 1 hour before noon and 1 hour afternoon.
And can you suggest the activity names?
Yeah, here many of the
just-
activity I.
Yeah, name just naming.
Yeah. Excuse me.
He has made a list.
Yeah, there is a many of the list.
He
It
reflected
is
the
not
list.
working. Please.
Just list. Okay, no issue. No issue.
We have listed
Yeah,
them.
he has listed the.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And sorry for, madam, sorry for raising my voice.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there has been a miscommunication between the team also.
Yeah.
But for the knowledge of everybody here who have come to NCD, you are allowed to be a presenter only once. The opportunity is to give more number of people opportunities. So we can't hog the
ma'am,
stage.
this is the activity we have depicted. Yeah.
I tend to ask so many questions. If you can shut me down, you can shut me down. I don't want to hog the stage. But still, the person who comes up should not hog the stage. That's why I'm saying. All right, thank you, sir.
Sorry, madam, for raising my voice. Yeah.
Apologies needed. I apologize for lack of communication.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all.
Thank you so much. The next presentation is on efficacy of collaboration among educators and caregivers in the use of customized educational technologies in enhancing educational upliftment, a case study by Sumana and Anjana. Aish, right? Yes.
You are facing the same problem, ma'am. No award will be considered for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, this is my main paper. I was a co-author in the previous paper. This is the primary author.
Hopefully, you should have not presented that as a co-author. You should have made the author.
She was on official duty during this time, ma'am.
Anyway,
so
you
they
presented today, but you won't be considered.
Okay, ma'am. It's my pleasure because rather than consideration, this is a paper which I want to show how the public.
See, yesterday's paper has already been scored. We can't cancel that. So
Okay,
this
ma'am.
paper, we will not score you.
Okay, ma'am. It's not a problem. Thank you because rather than scoring or getting anything, my main, as I said, I'm not a research background
Yes.
person. I just want to show you what effort has gone
Ma'am,
into the activity.
We welcome new papers. We welcome new people to present. We don't want the same person to present is the query. But having come, please go ahead.
Yes,
Start
ma'am.
your paper.
Thanks a lot because this would really help some person over here. Good morning, myself Sumana HP. Today what the title or anything, I want to say that we always been talking about hearing impaired person. We are concentrating only about one disability. What about a child when he has comorbidity? You may get a deaf blind, you may get an ID with deaf, you may get a deaf with a spectrum disorder. So he is one such case whom we met in our preschool parent empowerment program. So the main objective of my paper is the need for the study. First, why I wanted to project this study in front of you people is, see, we have lot of teaching aids available in the market in Amazon, Flipkart, Instagram, or some blogs also, YouTube, everywhere. But what it is not catering is, it is not designed for neurodiverse children. The neurodiverse children are not kept in the
Excuse
mind
me.
while designing the
1 minute.
TLM.
Sumana ma'am, 1 minute. Can we have some silence, please, backbenchers? They are taking the trouble to come here. Let's pay some attention to them, please. Carry on.
Because anybody in this group may get a child like this who is on spectrum and also with an hearing impairment. So, that whatever we have, the teaching aids, learning materials, anything available in the market, it is not designed based for the neurodiverse people, and it is not structured in levels. Like you get, if you want color concept, you'll get many videos, tangible items, everything, but they are not levelized for level 1, level 2, level 3. If the child is in level 1, and if you are getting a TLM which will not cater to that level 1, it is a waste actually. It's just waste of money, energy and time. So next thing is, it is not psychological knowledge. That means the developmental milestone, according to the age, what toy or TLM should be introduced to the child, that strategy to be used, it is not kept in mind. And it is not a collaborative work. Sorry to say this, because in this case study, what I have taken, the person is an highly qualified person. He is an CEO, aerospace engineering, CEO in Infosys. He worked as an topmost engineer over there. He's an aerospace engineer, but he sacrificed it, his job, his career, everything, because he had a special child. And it was too late when he came to us, but still we were able to do something for the child. Keeping in that mind, I will not go, the main objective of this study is to show you how the innovative practices, customized TLM could help a child who is having both hearing impairment and is on autism spectrum.
Policeman action again. Quiet, please. Come on, people. Let's help the
I could
present
stop
talk.
if you have any doubt. I can speak in Hindi also.
Okay, carry on.
So the child who entered, he was not for a PIP group. Like as I said yesterday, parent-infant program was still only 2.6. He came at the age of 4 years to us. So we had other service called preschool parent empowerment program. And I was the teacher assigned to that child. It's a group therapy once again. So what was the thing? He was not communicating. He's very poor in self-help. He's not speaking. Initially they thought he's not listening, and he went for the audiological testing, everything. And when the audiological reports came back, it said the hearing may not be the only cause for the child for not communicating. There is something additional which is bothering the child not to communicate. So they went for one more test where they came to know that he is on spectrum. So all of you might have seen at least how the children on autism spectrum will be, their behavior, their nature. So as a teacher, I had to take care of those factors also while handling the child. So what we did actually with the child is, we limited the sensory overloading, because 1 year he was not listening, the other year he was very hypersensitive to the sound. So I had to work in a multiple way. I had to give him the sensory input also, while I have to limit the sensory input also. So what are the things I did? I started limiting the sensory overload. I gave him the rewards and incentives. I provided appropriate feedback every time. And the parent was, rather than parent, he is a technician who was interacting with me. He used to discuss his problem every day when I demonstrated a skill. The next day he was so humble, and he would come to me and tell me, ma'am, I tried this, but my son is doing this. He is not attempting to, he is not seeing, he doesn't want to be touched. You will not know, you will never know. The smallest things could be a big problem. The child would never wear a shirt for 4 complete years until he was with me. The whole 5 years he never wore a shirt. And always he used to wear, even in video you can see, he always wears a t-shirt which is boat neck with full arm. That's his sensory input. He always wants to do like this. He wants to pull his shirt. He doesn't want that to touch. Such a child. So I had to take consideration, and whatever teaching aid we were using, that was not successful for the teacher. Then we started exploring more. We had a checklist, FAPCCI checklist, which we use for checking the baseline, and some activity modules which are standardized. Still, those activities and the materials were not appropriate for the child. So what we did is we started developing our own material. Since he was a technician part also was there, he was having a small unit at home where he can prepare molds, fiber molds. So what we needed, as on the children on the spectrum, they don't touch paper. They don't like to be touched. They don't hold things. They don't see for even a 10 second. So first we started working on each thing, like how to make the child look first, how to make the child to be comfortable with touch. Not for 10 minutes or 5 minutes. We started with 5 seconds. Even the child starts doing the activity for 5 seconds, that was the progress we managed. We noted down every progress of the child. And what happened is, rather than telling, I will show you the materials. This is one innovation, light pen. Light pen, we almost know we have light pen is there, everyone they can shake. But what is the speciality of this light pen is, the child will not get the feedback of light until he makes something on the paper. He can, just by holding on the, keeping it on the paper, the light will not glow. He has to make some movement, a stroke, a dot, a scribble, anything, only then the pen will glow. So as a technician and a parent, a father, he came to me, ma'am, I have this idea, you guide me. Like, what is my son's problem? I have brought so many toys at my home, millions of toys I have, but my son is not writing. Then I said, what he does? Does he hold the pen? No, ma'am, he holds something, but he doesn't want to do anything, he'll just hold. Then I said, if he does, he keep it on a paper, he will keep, ma'am, but he will not move. So then I thought, to move, he needs some feedback. If he does some movement, there should be one feedback for the child, that if I move, something will happen. So that idea I give, the product is this. And everyone know, people use blocks, shapes to sort. Have you ever come across such shapes? It's multifunctional. See there are shapes board. First the shapes are there, the cabinet is there where the, all those things are level based. It will not be taught in one day. It took nearly 6 months for us to go to that level. So these shapes, alphabets to teach shapes.
Just
please,
wait.
it is not available in the market. It is
Hello,
very
hello, hello.
innovative
Hello,
product.
Ma'am, just 1 sec. Please listen to her. बहुत मेहनत लगती है रिसर्च पेपर बनाने में, 1 साल लग जाता है लिखने के लिए, तो बहुत टाइम लगता है. टूल बनाओ, एक्सपेरिमेंटल करो, सब कुछ करो, बहुत टाइम लगता है. तो प्लीज पे अटेंशन टू व्हाट शी इज सेइंग. प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट. Last benchers, mid benchers, requesting, please. At least have respect for the speaker. इतना सिंसियर, इतना हार्डवर्क करके वहाँ पे जाके बात करना इतना आसान नहीं है. आपने सारे प्रेजेंटर्स को देखा ना, स्टैमर भी करते हैं वहाँ जाके. तो कोई वहाँ तक गया है, किसी ने रिसर्च पेपर बनाया है, तो प्लीज रेस्पेक्ट टू द स्पीकर. थैंक यू. ओवर टू यू. सॉरी.
So alphabet consists of so many strokes, lines and all. So sensory. So he has to feel it and also he has to enjoy. So the magnet is there, the magnetic balls, the bare balls are put, and he is having a pen, and it is not a market product. It is developed by the parent along with our guidance. So the child, you can see that hand is also child's only, because it is not market product. It is experimented on the child only. So the child will start moving the bare balls. He doesn't know standing line, sleeping line, curve, anything. He just wants to play. The target was make the child do those activities. How we planned our TLM is, how it should be.
Sumana ma'am, you must move faster, running out of time.
Okay, I will directly show the video, ma'am. I will just show the video how we have improved. Sir, this There's a video here.
Video है भैया
Click on the cursor. This is picking, tripod grasp. Tripod grasp. You are struggling, we are struggling with so many activities. He did it without stress. Because the children on spectrum, they doesn't like instructions like me. Too many instructions bangs my head. They are also like that. So we wanted to develop a aid where minimum number of instructions are required and he himself goes to the activity. And the child who didn't know the language today is making the sentence. He's making the sentence, he's reading, and he will be placing those cards, he will be joining those sentences.
Excellent teaching strategy, ma'am. Well done.
Really well done. And hats off to the father who came up with
Yes,
the idea.
I
Really
just-
hats off.
Ma'am, please, I just want to show the father, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
And the child is a prodigy. Just give him the number, he will play the music on keyboard.
Usually, autism children have a special skill which people have to find out what it is.
Yes, that is
This
where
child,
we
you
have to tap
Yeah, you have to
regularly.
tap.
If we don't observe the child, if we go on traditional methods, it will not work. He would have somewhere in a special school. Now he is in 2nd standard government school.
Congratulations, ma'am.
These are the graph, what his progress was, how he developed. There he is playing the keyboard. This is the school readiness test which I spoke, that whether he is ready for schooling or not.
Thank you so
He's
much.
the
He's
father.
the father. So hats off to the father.
He's a great father, I should say. He's a great father.
Please carry
Mr.
on.
Ajit.
Please tell the father that we have all appreciated his work.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
And all the best to the child.
We are looking for sponsors so that people get benefited. He is already benefited. The father wants to make it big for others. If they want, he needs sponsors for developing such materials. But he is not behind that. He is simply doing for his son.
NCED India is looking at developing material. So please send a letter to NCD India. We will consider.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hello everyone. My name is Ajit. I'm a father of a 7-year-old autistic boy. I have been an aerospace engineer for past 15 years and actively involved in design of mechanical and electronic components. The majority of toys available in the market are not thoughtfully designed to meet the needs of neurodiverse children. They often attempt to teach multiple concepts at once and fail to align with age-appropriate developmental needs. Neurodiverse children frequently have differing chronological and developmental ages, which are seldom taken into consideration. Additionally, many toys lack a structured progression of difficulty levels, and their overly stimulating features can be overwhelming and distracting, particularly for autistic children. When a neurodiverse child faces challenges in learning, it is not always due to learning disability. In many cases, the limitations lie in teaching approach. With the right tools and an effective learning methodology, significant progress can be made. In collaboration with the educator at AISH, we developed a structured learning methodology and designed skill-appropriate tools aligned with this approach. These tools support neurodiverse children by gradually increasing difficulty levels, addressing their sensory needs, and utilizing an errorless teaching method to promote effective and inclusive learning.
hats off to him. And as what Meera's ma'am told you, please do connect.
Yes.
Okay, tell father to get connected with NCD India. We can make many materials. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Initially, in Bangalore, when they went, they told he is an hearing impaired child and suggested for cochlear also in some private hospital. Then they were thinking about to come to Aish and get it checked. When we came to know that hearing is not at all a problem because he had unilateral mild to moderate hearing loss, which would have not hampered him much in communication. But the major disability was his spectrum, autism. That's why I was waiting, because I could not say that this NCD may be for deaf, but how will I present? But I took this opportunity so that this innovation practices could be reached to many, may not be all the persons, at least one gets motivated and takes it up, it's a good thing.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Requesting all the research paper presenters to be on the dais. Pehle research. Aditya, Santosh, नाम क्या था? Sumana, Subhasmita. Right? I said everybody, right? सबका नाम लिया ना? Please clap for the research paper presenters. Thank you so much. I hope next year वापस research paper presentations होंगे. Good. Poonam, please you be in the dais. हाँ दे पिला रही हूँ. All, please be the life member.
Does anybody have any questions?
पहला क्वेश्चन तो
Yeah. You can carry on with the questions. Photograph is photograph.
पहला क्वेश्चन मैडम से at present there are, you mentioned that there are 7 national institutes and I now no I am not, I am saying I am telling about the national institute. At present there are 9 national institute. You forget about the ISLRTC and NIMHAR. Okay. Okay.
There are 7 national, the when 2021, okay.
Sir, since I was presenting, I mentioned that initially on 17th June, नहीं sir, please अब आप मेरी बात सुनिए.
हाँ, एक और मैडम से सजेशन है कि जब आपका ये मटेरियल बन जाए अच्छी तरीके से और एनसीडी को भेजिए, एनसीडी उसको बना के अगर उसको मार्केटिंग करें, इसके अलावा आप इसको पेटेंट कराइए, पेटेंट कराने के बाद में अटिप स्कीम के अंतर्गत इसको भेजिए ताकि ये नेशन वाइड पूरा ये सबको पहुँच सके. थैंक यू.
एडिप स्कीम के अंतर्गत आप ये सब चीजें कर सकते हो. आई होप यू नो दिस.
Sir, that we will try. Surely I want to give him a chance because it is not mine, it's his, and he is the thing. But before that, one major thing is that educators need to know the level of each child, what to be presented at what level. That's what I have did. That's what I have did. I have observed each level goes one by one. Since the child is chronologically big and his mental age is somewhere and he is in the spectrum, It doesn't mean it has to cater to individual. So it depends on the teacher how they use the material, because even today I can make him some loan and produce and give it to the market. They will purchase, but do they know how to use that? And at
I
what
agree.
time they have to use?
They
This
have
is
to
the
get proper
orientation the educators need to know. Then they can guide the parents and then they can purchase. Directly purchasing and giving them, it becomes like a market where they don't know when they use.
Aish
and
has to take it up and start a training
yes, ma'am.
program
We are,
to help
we are
them.
planning to take it up as a project.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Poster presenters, please come on the dais. Poster presenters, please come on the dais. पोस्टर प्रेजेंटर्स का लिस्ट है आपके पास. वेरी गुड.
Kindly maintain silence, please.
कुर्सी बाद में रख सकते हैं. We'll call the poster presenters, please. 2 minutes, sorry. Poster presenters, please come on the dais.
Poster presenter,
Hurry up.
please come on dais.
Kindly be quick.
संतोष भैया, आप जज थे.
I hope all the participants have taken the trouble to go and see the posters. They have put so much effort in making a poster. Let's give a big round of applause to the presenters.
Louder, everybody.
Any questions?
Yeah, paper and poster both.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well done, well done, good.
Now we would like to honor NCED India team. Without them, this conference wouldn't be successful at all. We really thank them.
We kindly request all the NCD India members to come on to the dais.
We'll just call out the teams after that. Yeah, list is there, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just give us some time. I would request Dr. Meera Suresh ma'am to come onto the dais, Director Bala Vidyalaya. Can we give a round of applause, please? I would request Shilpi Narang ma'am, General Secretary of NCD India. Would like to request her to come onto the dais, please. Can we give a round of applause, please? I would request Dr. Gayatri Ahuja to come onto the dais, please. I would request Lata Nayak ma'am, Vice President of NCD India, and Sadhana Sapre ma'am, Vice President NCD India, Poonam Matre, Assistant General Secretary NCD India, Amarkesh Mahendra.
Can we clap, everybody?
I would also request Dr. K.S. Sridevi.
No, Sheetal
Ma'am?
also. Sheetal.
I would request Sheetal ma'am also to come onto the dais, please. Dr. Shashidhar Reddy.
NCD India kuda.
NCD India only.
NCD India. Amarkesh Mahendra sir is NCD Delhi.
Okay.
Sridevi NCD Hyderabad. This is सिर्फ यहाँ तक और यहाँ पे एक शीतल is NCD India.
Ma'am already came, ma'am. Sheetal ma'am.
So next one is you can call President women.
Meera Suresh ma'am. Can we have a round of
Felicitation.
applause, please?
Felicitation for NCD India.
It's an honor to have you all here on the dais.
Dr.
Now
Meera
let's-
Suresh. Dr. Meera Suresh. She is the Director of Balavidyalaya School, Chennai. It is one of the best school for the young children. And there's so many children, they got education and they studied engineering courses. We are going to honor Shilpi Narang Madam, General Secretary of NCD India. For International Conference 2025, Madam was guiding us and giving instructions and helping us. Thank you for your guidance, Madam, for leading this international conference in Hyderabad. You tell.
Miss Sadhana ma'am, Vice President.
So Sadhana Madam, she was helping us for conducting this international conference, and she was guiding, suggesting, helping me how to go through. Madam, thank you for helping us to conduct this conference. Okay.
Lata Nayak ma'am. Miss Lata Nayak ma'am, Vice President.
Lata Nayak Madam is one of the senior most teacher in special education. She is also the main role played for NCD India International Conference conducting in Hyderabad. Omar Khan sir, the President of AP chapter, AP Telangana chapter is honoring.
Dr. Gayatri Ahuja ma'am, Joint Secretary.
This is a 90 years old organization, NCD India. We are honoring the young woman, and also she is working for AOJ NIHH Mumbai. She is the head of the department, special education. Thank you for madam.
Miss Poonam Matre, Assistant Secretary.
we are honoring Poonam Matre. She is also from NIH Mumbai.
Ms. Sheetal Sawant, ma'am, a treasurer. Round of applause, please.
Everything is over. Yes, sir.
But he's not there. Thank you for.
Okay. Dr. Anil Parste, Assistant Secretary for NCD India, is not available here. We are also conveying our greetings to him. Thank you for his contribution.
Thank you all. It's everybody. It's a honor to have you all in our midst.
So now,
This would not have been possible without the support and the efforts of NCD AP and Telangana chapter. So we very, very thankful to Mr. Khan. Thank you so much. And we know how much effort has been put in to get 400 people in a conference, getting 20 posters, and how many research papers did we have? Total? 34 research papers. I think a loud round of applause, and I'm sure all of you have really enjoyed. So we would like to honor him in their style.
In their own style. This small token of love from all of us. A small token of love from NCED India.
We would also like to give a small token to the other team members.
Umar Khan sir is a senior most teacher in India as well as in Telangana and AP. So he is a person asked us to bring this NCD India to Hyderabad. So we approached NCD India. They given approval. Then we brought it. We conducted under the leadership of Shilpi Madam and Dr. Meera Suresh. And it went on well. The main hero for the program is Dr. Umar Khan sir. Thank you.
Like Mr. Khan said yesterday that Dr. Arumugam is the right hand. So we would like to give a small token to him as well. And he was one person, I think he was working till 3, 4, 5 a.m. because when I used to send him messages, I used to get immediate reply. Thank you so much, Dr. Arumugam. It took me few days to get your name right.
So everybody has their own right hand. What about the left hand? Left hand किधर गया?
Then special thanks to Mr. Shashidhar Reddy, who is further the right-hand person of Dr. Arumugam and who's worked tirelessly for this conference. A special thanks to Sri Devi, who was the person who proposed Hyderabad this conference and who has put in a lot of effort. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sridevi ma'am. Ma'am is a faculty in special education. Kindly clap everybody.
Mr. Gauss, so he is, 24 hours he was on this duty for the last 1 month. And he complete printing, everything, composing, drafting, all artwork he only done.
Yes.
Accommodation, there are two people who are behind the complete arranging the accommodation, all these things. So one is
Chandrapriya,
Chandrapriya.
whom I call Chandu. I think everybody knows Chandrapriya here because I think she was arranging. So a big round of loud applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Farooq, please. Yeah.
So yesterday we missed to honor Mr. Bhikshapati. Bhikshapati, who is 42 years experience he is having. In 1978, he trained from Lucknow. He trained from Lucknow because we were not having a training program in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So he went to Lucknow and he studied, worked, retired as a principal of government school for the deaf, and he was honored by President of India in 2010.
And President Awardee also you mentioned. It's a President Award. What an achievement, everybody.
Hello, hello.
See, on this auspicious occasion, I would like to thank all the NCED team, including AP chapter, Mr. Khan and Mr. Armugam. Thank you very much once again.
Okay, please, teacher. Mama. I'm just yeah, please. Can you? No, you should. Okay, Amarkesh. Sri Dr. Amarkesh Mahendru, onto the dais, please. He's a senior faculty and a senior teacher in AYJ NIHH. So please come onto the dais. With 30 years experience of children with teaching HI. Round of applause, please. Bhikshapati sir, onto the stage, please. You would like. HK's librarian.
Okay, sir. Come. Yes, sir. Shashi sir, you speak about the Bhikshapati sir and their contribution.
Sign language interpreters, please come on the dais. Both are interpreters.
One is Kirti and one more is Priyanka. Kirti and Priyanka.
Priya and Kirti, both are my students. I feel proud of them.
These are most experienced interpreters in Telangana, and they worked. One is working in AYJ NISHD, and one more is working in NCED Institute. Whole day they have interpreter for our children with hearing impairment. So we thank you. Thanks for this. Thank you, ma.
Hello.
Mr. Bhikshapati, who is a librarian, is working for the Helen Keller Institute, and he worked for 24 hours for the NCED program. And Kareem, he worked hard for this NCED program for day and night. Thank you, Bhikshapati and Kareem.
So, lastly, we would like to honor our two MCs here. Both are doing BSc Speech and Hearing in Helen Keller Institution. Both are my students. I'm proud of them. So, we have one more person without whom you should have not tasted the very beautiful food, and you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the food. He is none other than our Lenin. Lenin.
Round of applause, please.
Meera.
He's not only our lecturer but also a vice principal of HK.
We from NCED India, we would also like to thank the MCs. Thank you so much. Meera, can you just give- these are mouse pads
Thank
that
you,
we...
ma'am.
They have been working tirelessly and changing the schedule, getting scolding from here, there. Thank you. Saraswati, can you just give this to Meera? Yeah, thank you. This is... And a special round of applause for our sign language interpreters. Can we have them on the stage, please? Meera. Thank you. Thank you, Kirti and Priyanka. Whether people were sleeping or were they, even if they were on the phone, but these two were continuously doing their job. So please, a loud round of applause. Thank you. Ma'am, can we have you on the stage? We have Saraswati ma'am. She would like to say a few words. People who have not received their bags, the registration kit, if you could let me know how many bags. Okay, so I'll try to get them here only so that we can give them.
Hello. No, this is lunch time. I don't want to take much time. I don't know, the way things are happening here, I was very much overwhelmed by all those things. Then I said, NCD is like our child. So how we feel as a mother when the child is grown and settled well in life and getting married and getting children. So as a mother, I felt so nice seeing all these things happening here. So I would like to, and all those people standing on the dais, NCD India and NCD Telangana chapters, all I proudly say my students and my friends, my colleagues. So I wanted to just convey my happiness, my loving to them. Let us all say 3 cheers for NCD India. Hip hip. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. 3 cheers for Telangana chapter. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. And also I wanted to specially thank the Telangana chapter, my colleague here. And my colleague, I don't know, I take so much advantage with him. And the way they arrange the organization, the way they are taking care of each and everyone, their love, their affection. I don't know, I'm really very much overwhelmed. Thanks a lot for everything, Telangana chapter. We were very happy here. 3-day stay, you made it memorable. So we'll never forget this. Arumugam, Mr. Arumugam is also with me all the time. All of us, not only with me, with the participant taking care of everything. So NCD already thanked them. I already said I am a senior member in NCD. when we revived, we were the, so I felt this is my child, grown up so much. Seeing this is, I'm really overwhelmed. So thanks a lot, thanks a lot, thanks a lot.
Amma, you are forgetting. I was also there when reviving is there. I was also
Yeah,
taking
you were
part.
also there.
Yeah, I was also taken part. And Dr. Bhatnagar sir struggled like anything to go and get the information, registered, all those things. Dr. Bhatnagar. Yeah.
Mrs. Rekha Roy, so many people, Mrs. Varsha Gattu, so people have worked for it. But what is important is the next generation is taking it ahead and they are doing very well. So thanks a lot. I'm very happy. Thank you.
I hope everybody are happy. All right, we can break out for lunch. Kindly be back by 2 o'clock sharp. We have validatory function. We also have prize distribution and very good afternoon, everyone. I hope lunch was really refreshing. Now we've come to the last segment of our conference.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. In regard to constitution facilities, I shared my PPT in the group, in the NCD group. Kindly view it. And ये जो information आपको दी जा रही है, आप पढ़िए पहले उसको, और पढ़ने के बाद में पेरेंट्स को आप शेयर कीजिए, तो तभी उसका जो सही फ़ायदा हो पाएगा. Thank you.
Everybody kindly settle down, please. I would request Sridevi ma'am to come onto the dais and brief out the programs scheduled. No, ma'am, that on Felicitation this was. Now just the schedule. She'll just dictate what is to be done now. Everything is over. Certificates. Yeah, that's it. Certificate, prizes, like who presented. That's it. But certificates are long. Yeah, many certificates are there. Speech by chief guest, certificates, prizes. Now is he okay now? Everybody, yeah, thank God. If you were here only, where was the time? Of course, sorry, sir. That's what. I've asked few people that where is the correct place to learn it. No, కాదు మ్యామ్ సార్ వెబ్సైట్ ఉంది ఒకటి NIHSది ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే ఆన్లైన్లో కూడా దెర్ ఇస్ వన్ వెబ్సైట్
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure all of you are filling up the feedback form. You don't have to save the form in the group. Just click on submit, it goes to the organizers. Don't share it in the group.
ఇప్పుడు మొత్తం స్టార్టింగ్ చేయమండి ఏమేమి
తర్వాత
అంతే
అంటే ఏమేమి షెడ్యూల్ జరిగింది ఏంటి అని చెప్పమంటున్నారా?
ఇప్పుడు జరగబోతుంది
ఈవెంట్స్
వాట్ ఆల్ ఈవెంట్స్ ఆర్ దేర్ టిల్ ది ఎండ్.
ఓకే.
సమ్మరీ కన్ఫర్మ్ అంటే కన్ఫర్మ్ అయినాయా? కన్ఫర్మ్ అయినాయి
కాదురా, ఇప్పుడు ది 3 బెస్ట్ సైంటిఫిక్ పేపర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. And then this will be going to tell graduates today, and then next to Marg answer. తర్వాత then ఇదేంటి ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్ ఉందా?
ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్ అంటే ఇది కన్ఫర్మ్ లేదు, అంటే మీరు డిస్కస్ చేసి చెప్తారేమో అని
ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్
మ్యామ్తో.
We would like to felicitate RFI company
Member
Rajesh sir.
Mr. Rajesh sir.
A round of applause, please.
We are glad to have you here, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, friends. I'm Dr. Sridevi from AYJ NCED, Faculty in Education and in charge academics, and the Vice President of NCED, APN Telangana chapter. I would like to, we came to the end of the session. Now I would like to brief about this 3 days conference program. A 3 days conference. Our theme is started this year, empowering diverse learners, innovations, collaborations, and inclusive practices. And we have conducted 3 days from 20th January to 22nd January. Today is the last date. And total for this program, 379 candidates register from all over India. This is a big number of registrations in Telangana and AP chapters. Overall NCED also, I think so. Next, for this program, actually, only 44 members are not attended, remaining all of them are attended. And for this program, we have invited research papers and posters also. And for this, actually 32 papers received for the oral presentations and 24 papers for poster presentations. And we have released a souvenir also. And for this, out of 32, except 5 papers, 27 papers are presented in NCED conferences based on the themes. First, our theme is Innovations in Special Education, Teaching Methods and Technologies Enhance Learning Students with Disabilities. On this theme, total 6 papers presented. No, only 5 papers presented, 6 papers submitted. And on second theme, inclusive educational practices, strategies and frameworks for integrating students with disabilities into mainstream classrooms. Based on this theme, 3 papers presented, 3 papers submitted and 2 papers presented. On second day of the conference, on 21st January 2025, in morning session, policy and advocacy for inclusion, role of policies in promoting inclusive education and advocating for the rights of individuals with disabilities. On this theme, total 5 papers, 5 oral presentations we have received, out of which all are presented, 5 presenters presented. And then on second day of the afternoon session, based on that theme, collaboration between educators and specialists, effective partnerships between general educators and special educators and other related service providers to support diverse learners. Based on that sub-theme, total 5 papers we have received and 5 presenters also presented on this session. And then third session, that is on socio-emotional learning and mental health, the importance and addressing of social emotional needs in inclusive classrooms. For this, based on this sub-theme, total 5 papers we have received and 3 papers presented. And third day of the session, the theme is on professional development and inclusive classroom design for empowering educators to meet diverse learners and needs effectively. Total based on this theme, 7 papers we have received and only 4 papers presented. Overall, 27 papers presented in this conference on oral presentation, and remaining 24 posters presented at outside of the corridor. You might have seen the presentations and the awards for the posters and papers also selected for this conference. And remaining, for this conference, we have been invited Professor Sri Bhaga Gupta Sangeeta. Madam is from Professor in Education John Hoping University, Sweden. And we have invited Sri Rajesh Kumar Verma and Professor Mohanty sir from Hyderabad Central University, and Dr. Shiva Prasad team from KIMS, and then Professor Carol Flexer from Ohio University of Akron, and Professor Piaget Stringer, founder and executive director of Global Foundation for Children with Hearing Loss, USA. And we have invited Dr. Amrita Sai and Asmita Huddar ma'am, Suni Matthew ma'am, Dr. Gayatri and Shilpi Narang ma'am, and etc. Of NCED team. And then these are the keynote speakers and paper presenters also, along with Dr. Sridevi and Umar Khan sir, and then Shashikala. These are the presenters of the and resource persons and presenters, keynote speakers of this conference. And for this session, Sri Umar Khan, Sudhir Banu, and Shailaja, Mrs. Ananda Jyoti, Esther Rani, and Santosh Yadav, and Shishir, Amrakesh Mahendra, all these are invited as a chair and co-chair, Poonam and Gayatri also, and Lata Nayak madam also invited as chair and co-chairs. Okay, overall, I hope the deliberations of this conference are more fruitful, and we have received many recommendations to the NCED. I hope this will be, in future also it will be implemented. That's enough, thank you. And then next, I would like to invite, the next session is on awardees. Mrs. Gayatri, Dr. Gayatri is going to announce the paper presenters for the awardees regard to the, these are from NCED India conference. I would like to Gayatri Ahuja ma'am, Dr. Patil also we have invited. Okay. And Sunil Sahasrabuddhe and Dr. Gauri Shankar and Saraswati Sundar ma'am also chaired of many sessions, and keynote speakers also. Then, can I invite? Huh? Can I invite you for award? Yeah, yeah. You please invite. Thank you. Next, I'm hand over to yeah, please come.
May I request Meera Suresh ma'am, Dr. Meera Suresh ma'am, President NCD India, to be on the dais. I request Mrs. Shilpi Narang ma'am, General Secretary NCD India, to be on the dais. I request hum sabki teacher Saraswati Sundar ma'am to be on the dais. Please clap for them. So now we have Best Research Papers Award and Best Poster Presentations Award. So total हमारे पास 32 research papers थे. So ये 32 research paper में से हमने अलग-अलग awards के लिए अलग-अलग researcher को चुना है. So चुनने का जो नियम था वो ये था. Judges को कुछ points दिए गए थे. Research committee थी. Research committee को कुछ points दिए गए थे. आप सबके पास एक पोल आया था व्हाट्सएप पे, उसका कुछ परसेंटेज था. एंड सॉरी, रिसर्च कमिटी, जजेस एंड आप लोग सब लोग, दे वर द पार्ट ऑफ द हाउ डू यू डिसाइड अबाउट द पोलिंग थिंग. ठीक है. सो उस चेयरपर्सन, तो वी हैड टोल्ड चेयरपर्सन ऑल्सो टू गिव द मार्क्स. सो उन सबको मिला के जो टोटलिटी में आया उसके हिसाब से हमने अलग अलग पेपर्स डिसाइड किए हैं. सो नाउ द फर्स्ट अवार्ड, कैन आई स्टार्ट? Okay, sorry. It's okay. पूनम पेन, सर्टिफिकेट वाला पेन, सर्टिफिकेट वाला पेन. ये 1 2 3 4 कोई एनवेलप गिरा के बच्चा ये जाते 1 2 3 4. इट्स ओके, सब एंड मोमेंट पे होता है. भागो भागो हाँ, because they'll put money later. अनाउंस क्यों करूँ, बाद में बोल देंगे लोग. वहाँ से ही जाके बोलूँ. YouTube कैसा बोलेगा. आज 10:30. सर का ही फोन गया. मिलाते हो नहीं तो अगेन करना. मिलाते मिलाते. डन. कैन आई स्टार्ट. इनकी ट्रेन है तो रुक कैसे निकाले. साधना मैम, कैन वी स्टार्ट. वेट वेट. I request Amita Burde madam to former NCD president to be on the dais. Why are you running away? No, you are. I am inviting you for the signature for sign. मैं बोलूँ ना बाद में कैलकुलेशंस फर्स्ट डन बाय पूनम मात्रे. सो जो भी कैलकुलेशंस आए उसका मीन बना दे. हाँ, मीन एवरेज. बाजू में मैथमेटिशियन बैठा है. So after a long break, let me start with the best research paper awards. So before giving the best research paper awards, a small announcement. तो जो भी ये पोलिंग का परसेंटेज था, जजेस के परसेंटेज थे और चेयर के परसेंटेज थे एंड रिसर्च कमेटी के परसेंटेज थे, तो बीइंग अ जज मैं और शिल्पी को भी नहीं पता एंड तक कि कौन फर्स्ट है, कौन सेकंड है, कौन थर्ड है, बिकॉज सारे जो वोटिंग आए, सब कुछ हुआ, उसका कोलैबोरेटिव वर्क वाज डन बाय पूनम इन एन एक्सेल. सो प्लीज क्लैप फॉर पूनम. पूनम प्लीज स्टैंड. थैंक यू पूनम. एंड इट वाज नॉट अ इजी टास्क बिकॉज आप हर रिसर्च पेपर के लिए 5 क्वेश्चंस एंड जजेस का अलग स्कोरिंग, चेयर का अलग स्कोरिंग, रिसर्च कमेटी ने अलग स्कोरिंग किया था. So there was too much of mathematics involved in it. So again, before giving the award, the research committee team comprises of Poonam Madam, Sridevi, where are you? Where? Here. Okay. Please stand. So research committee team, Sridevi, Poonam and Anil Paraste. So these 3 were the people who were communicating with you कि ये नहीं है और ये चेंज करके दीजिए या ये मॉडिफाई करके दीजिए. सो प्लीज क्लैप फॉर देम. थैंक यू पूनम, थैंक यू श्रीदेवी, थैंक यू अनिल. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट. सो बेस्ट इनोवेटिव पेपर, Ravi Narang Award for best innovative paper goes to the person who did a research on collaborative approach and inclusive practices, Mahesh Chandra Meena. Please clap for this because I think it's the first time he has done a research paper presentation. Please come on the dais. Meera ma'am, please. Ravi Narang Award was given by Shilpi ma'am. So Shilpi ma'am, please you also be there. Certificate and the prize money. वो अभी रोएगा, उसको हक करो पहले, है ना? Please smile. Good work, Mahesh. It's first time and you got an award. Hats off to you. फोटो ना, हाँ, एक सेकेंड ना, आदित्य सबके फोटोज निकालो ना प्लीज. अब भी गुड वर्क महेश. इट्स ओके. फर्स्ट टाइम एन अवार्ड. रियली हैट्स ऑफ. So next award is P. Kader Khan Award for best innovative paper. Is the person who started with English and then when somebody said Hindi mein bolo, he changed it to Hindi. He spoke about awareness and challenges of special teachers in integrating technology in teaching learning practices in the context of NEP 2020. Aditya Verma. So Aditya, next time Hindi mein karenge. I request Shilpi ma'am to please give the award. He's confused. Pallavi, picture. The next award, AC Sen and MC Sen Award for Best Theme Paper goes to a person who is really very senior most. I guess more than 30 years of experience and who is excellent with teaching methodology. Who else than Shobha Nakre madam? Please clap for Shobha Nakre ma'am. I request Saraswati Sundar ma'am to give the award. Thank you so much. Dr. Prakash Kattu Award for Young Researcher. There are two girls who came on the dais and started speaking in English and with a very fluent English. Hats off to the confidence level and hats off to the theoretical concepts. They also presented for the first time, Bhavna and Prerna Yadav. And they spoke about burnout. Please clap for them. I request Amita Burde ma'am to do the honors. Good work, Bhavna and Prerna. कब है वो? अभी ना? हाँ. कहाँ है शांति? कहाँ है? I request Shanti ma'am to please come on the dais. आजाओ. So the next award is Srimati Annapurna Memorial Award for Best Research Paper in Special Education. तो ये जिसको अवार्ड मिला है वो थोड़ा शुरुआत में नाराज़ था हमारी सेक्रेटरी प्रेसिडेंट मैडम से. सो बाद में नाराज़गी शांत हो गई एंड माफ़ी वाफ़ी हो गई, फॉरगेट एंड फॉरगिव पॉलिसी. सो आई कॉल अपॉन शेख गुलाब जन एंड डॉक्टर संतोष यादव फ्रॉम आयुष, whose paper was on diverse fun learning activities and really an excellent paper from the research perspective. Very good. I request Shanti ma'am to do the honors. Good work, Santosh. Next is again Srimati Annapurna Memorial Award for Best Interdisciplinary Research Paper. Again Aish, Sumana and Anjana Lakshmi, who spoke about efficacy of collaboration among educators and caregivers in the use of customized educational technology. I request Khan sir to please come on the dais to do the honors. Khan sir. Please clap. Excellent paper. Huh? Good work. Next award is Srimati Annapurna Memorial Award for Best Paper on Technological Development for PWDs. I call upon Umang Tripathi and Disha. Umang, where is Umang? Happy hands. I request Srinivas Rao sir to be on the dais and do the honors. Their paper was on bimodal and bilingual dictionary resources for English grammar games with deaf sign language users in India. Very good. Everybody stand for a pic. अरे कुछ बात नहीं, ये हो गया. Did you done? Poster. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we have poster presentation award. I request Lata Naik ma'am to come on the dais. Are aaja. Giro mat. ये क्या है? ऑल इंडिया टीचर्स एसोसिएशन अवार्ड फॉर द बेस्ट रिसर्च और ये एनसीडी इंडिया की तरफ से। हाँ,
ये और इनका एक ही साथ में बुलाना है क्योंकि सर्टिफिकेट ज़्यादा नहीं, फोटो के लिए एक सर्टिफिकेट दे देंगे।
अभी हमारी तरफ से 2 खान साहब और प्रसाद में 3 के लिए। हाँ ठीक है। Yeah. So the poster presentations award. This award is All India Teachers Association Award for the best poster presentation, which goes to Lakshmi and Divya Aish Mysuru. Lata Naik ma'am, please do the honors. Also, the second, Meena Jagtap ma'am and Deepa Kamli ma'am, Mumbai Vikas Vidyalaya, right? Jointly. The award is jointly been given. The award is being given jointly. So the judges were Lata Naik ma'am and Sadhna Sapre ma'am. Sadhna ma'am, please. Meena ma'am, please ऊपर आ जाएं. Deepa ma'am, please आएं. Hearty congratulations. This poster presentation award is from NCD India. I request Dr. Arumugam sir to be on the dais. Congratulations. First, second, third. अभी first, second, third है ना? दीदी first, second, third. हाँ, और this award is given by Khan sir. In memory of mother. So poster presentation award is also been given by Khan sir in memory of Mrs. Ramiza B, mother. उनकी मॉम के. So the first poster presentation award, the first prize goes to Kavya and Dr. G.S. Patil sir, SRC. Gauri Shankar sir, please come. SRC के लिए ताली बजाओ, AYJ के लिए ताली बजाओ, please. You also come. Arumugam sir, please do the honors. Congratulations. For the congratulations. Congratulations. The second prize winner is Vinay Kumar and my God, पहले से ही है. So Vinay Kumar and Elikya from HK Institute, Advancing AVT Practices in Special School, Trends and Insights. Congratulations. I request Amita Burde ma'am to do the honors. Vinay, where is your co-author? Where is the co-author? Congratulations. Yeah. Third prize, joint head. So I request Saraswati Sundar ma'am to do the honors. So third prize winners are Shashikant and Dr. Srividya, HK Institute, and Aish Mysuru again, Ankita and Vibhute. Please clap for them. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. I request Patan sir to say a few words.
So this opportunity I have got to honor my mother. So in the name of Teacher Ramiza B award I have given to the poster presenters. So Teacher Ramiza B was born in a poor family, but she could able to give education for 5 children, and all are 3 are postgraduates, PhD, and then 2 are teachers. 1 teacher, 1 police officer. So that's and the main thing is that today I am standing here in front of you is just because of my mother. But she was behind me to take over the institution which I started before getting job in NIHH. ABJ NIHH. I got the job in 1987. So I was afraid how to, whether to go to the government service or not to go. So I was in dilemma. Then my mother said, no beta, you go. Your dreams I will take forward. So she used to take the children in her bed sometimes. So children used to sleep with my mother, and she paid her pension also to the school. So initially, so she served like anything just because of my mother only. So I am here, Helen Keller is there. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the research paper presenters, and thanks to all the poster paper presenters. Thank you so much.
Now it's a valedictory function time. May I request today's chief guest, Mr. B. Srinivas Rao, Assistant Director, AYJ NIHH Secunderabad, Southern Regional Center. He was telling, you just mentioned that Helen Keller, former principal. So before NIHH, he worked as a principal in Helen Keller institution. Then may I request our Shanti, Dr. Shanti madam, to come over here. I'm very proud of Shanti because she is also my student, and she became PhD holder, and then she has taken as in charge assistant director. For 5 years she was assistant director. So, and she has presented so many papers, and she had guided 2 MA students, and then her contribution is very much in NCED, so we recognize her service. So today actually she was not interested to come because of her husband, Prakash, Dr. Prakash. He is not well, so he wanted her support there, so she says denied to coming over here. But still we requested her, at least validatory you come over here, bolke. So she has accepted. Now we have got one more assistant director here with us, as Nageswar Rao, Dr. Nageswar Rao. Abhi doctor, remember? May I request the Assistant Director, AYJ NHH, Delhi. Sushir ji, aa jana abhi. Please. Dr. Armugam, please come to the dais. Or Dr. Sridevi, please come over the dais. Joran under. So would be Dr. Shashidhar Reddy, Principal of Helen Keller's BED College. He is going to submit the thesis just within 2-3 months. So, now, may I request Dr. Armugam to say something about the service that we have done for the last 1 month to organize the things?
Good evening, all of you. Respected guest, the President of AP Telangana chapter, Professor Omar Khan sir, and teachers from various organizations. Good evening. We had conducted NCD India program in 1996 at Tirupati. What I have seen the first program in my life. And second, I witnessed in Central University, Hyderabad, under the leadership of Dr. Shanti Prakash, we have conducted. And this is the third program we are conducting in Telangana, the AP chapter, in Hyderabad. So something is in our president's mind, Umar Khan sir mind. So we want to celebrate this NCD conference in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana. So he has ordered us to Dr. Sridevi and myself, and we approached NCD India. Dr. Meera, Shilpi madam, both we contacted, so communicated, they agreed immediately. We also felt happy, and we made so many meetings, conversations, And finally, we are here for having this conference in Hyderabad. I thank everyone for making success of this program, and there is a lot of effort we put it on this conference. We want to have this convention as well as CRE points for my all teachers. We contacted RCI. RCI also has given CRE approval, and with this we are moving forward. Once again, I thank for everyone to make this conference a great success. Thank you.
Armuga, and Paikran. Now, may I request Shashidhar Reddy to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Shashidhar Reddy. I've been working in this field for the last 20 years. In the meantime, I was not here when the first NCD conducted here in the year 2013, I believe. 2013, it was conducted in somewhere in Hyderabad. I was in USA. I used to work as a special educator in USA. So, and 2018, I came back here and rejoined. And this is again, I got the opportunity to work for the NCED India. Thanks to all the NCED members for giving me the great opportunity. Thank you so much. And this is a wonderful opportunity. And all the members came here and we made it huge success. And all the participants come across from all over India, and they made a lot of efforts to and participated, and I hope that they enjoyed this program, and I hope that they gain some kind of knowledge from the topics and wonderful research presentations, paper presentations, research presentations, so many made up here, and wonderful presentations, and they gave huge knowledge and great knowledge. And that's going to be, I hope you all going to apply in your places. As being a teacher, we have to gain the knowledge every time, every moment when we get the opportunity. So that's very, very important being a teacher. Teacher as a learner and learn to teach. Otherwise, we cannot put our efforts to give the knowledge to the learners. So that this kind of platforms made to help us to regenerate ourselves, upgrade our knowledge, and give the right output with the learners. So I hope you all got the good knowledge and great enthusiastic presentations, and I hope you enjoyed the entire program. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
So, I request Dr. Sridhar.
Respected dignitaries of the dais and the chief guest of our program, Srinivas sir, and the assistant director of Kolkata and Noida, and respected our senior head of the department, Dr. Shanti Prakash, and Umar Khan sir, and my dear friends and NCED India, and the teachers, many students also there. I welcome you for this valedictory session. And first of all, I would like to thank NCED India team for giving this opportunity to conduct at Telangana and AP. I thank you very much, ma'am, for the president and Meera madam and other supporting team. Actually, we did a lot of work while doing this. Whenever we have many events conducted during this 2 months of duration. Research work we did a lot, and then other conferences, how to conduct event, how to organize, many Zoom meetings conducted during this period. Conducting conference is not a simple thing or easy. It's not a joke. It's a very huge work and lots of members support is required for this program. Actually, in Telangana, major our focus is for the benefiting of Telangana and Andhra people. We need to encourage the research and then encourage the schools, school environments, etc. And lot of research is required in the field of special education or inclusive education at Telangana region. That's what, that is the motto of our Telangana AP chapter event. So successfully, our Telangana and Andhra people, lots of teachers already, they are working in the schools. They have came here and participated. I'm thankful to you, all of you, all other participants and teachers from Telangana and Andhra region. In addition to that, for Hyderabad, many people, teachers attended from NGOs from all over India. I would like to thank all of you and a big round of applause to all the teachers presented here. And finally, already I have done regarding these deliberations. On this platform, I would like to suggest one thing. Actually, lots of research is required, especially for these children with disabilities, and more experimental, innovative by, already Suni madam said, by inculcating traditional and innovative practices. That should be encouraged, and do practices like that, not like survey type of researches. Okay, because that will be done by the government of India or stakeholders of concerned states. But the practical implications, whatever the research or classroom practices we are doing at ground level, that should be more focused at this platform. That's what my suggestion on this occasion. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Now, may I request Assistant Director Delhi, Sushil Kumar, to give his observation.
धन्यवाद. तेलंगाना एनसीडी और आंध्रा एनसीडी को दिल्ली अली आवर्जन की तरफ से दिल से धन्यवाद. और आप सबको जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, वो कहते हैं ना कि हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक हैं, रंग रूप वेशभूषा चाहे अनेक हैं, बेला गुलाब जूही चंपा चमेली, प्यारे प्यारे फूल गूंथे, माला तो एक है. तो ये जो एनसीडी इंडिया की जो माला है, उसमें जो पूना, दिल्ली, आपका उड़ीसा, ये सारे चैप्टर जो मिलकर एक माला तैयार कर रहे हैं. और वो जो माला की प्रतिभा है, वो प्रतिभा किस रूप में नज़र आ रही है? हमारे एमएड के बच्चों की प्रतिभा, बीएड के बच्चों की प्रतिभा, बीएसएलपी के बच्चों की प्रतिभा, और साथ साथ ये जो एनजीओज़ हैं, अणुबंग सर का जो एनजीओ है जो सपोर्ट कर रहा है इस कार्यक्रम को, ये सारे एनजीओज़ और गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ जो मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, माला बना रहे हैं. मेरा मानना है कि इसी तरह हम लोग आगे बढ़ते रहें और माला को एक दूसरे की तरफ बढ़ाते रहें, ताकि जो खुशियां हैं रिसर्च के रूप में बिखरती रहें. तो दिल्ली अली आवर्जन सेंटर की तरफ से फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और इसी तरह आप लोग बड़ी बड़ी संख्या में आते रहें. नमस्कार.
Thank you, sir. The another legend here sitting, Dr. Nageswar Rao was my colleague, and both we worked together in SRC for a long time. Now he is holding West Bengal, West NCED. Next time, I hope you will do that, because last night we were discussing who will take care of west side. Nobody is there to take care of west side. We have not conducted and West Bengal that side. I hope in the future you would take care of.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much for giving opportunity for this one. Really, I am a Telugu person, born and brought up in MP, now working at Kolkata. So जैसे सर ने बोला हिंद देश के निवासी, तो मैं सारी जगह में घूम रहा हूँ और सारी जगह का एक्सपोजर है, और मैं फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग जब मैं ज्वाइन किया था 2003 से मैं NCD के साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। मुझे याद है जब लता मैडम, हमारे सारे टीचर, लता मैडम, सरस्वती मैडम, वो बहुत ही एफर्ट के साथ प्रेजेंटेशन करवाते थे और हम लोग ने स्टार्ट किया था ओवरहेड प्रोजेक्टर में ट्रांसपेरेंसी दे करके प्रेजेंटेशन देना शुरू किया था। उस ज़माने से अभी टेक्नोलॉजी इतना बढ़ गया है, इनोवेशन होते रहा है, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन हो या फिर स्पेशल एजुकेशन हो, हमेशा ही बढ़ावा दिया गया है। तो ये सब एफर्ट हमारे टीचर्स, प्रोफेशनल जो इस एरिया में आए हैं, एवरीवन हैज़ देयर ओन कंट्रीब्यूशन। सो आगे आते रहना है और जितना भी मैंडेटरी तो है ही कि टीचर्स को अपना काम करते रहना है और अपडेटेड होते रहना है। जैसे रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल का एक नियम भी है, बट हमको अपने डेडिकेशन के साथ इस एरिया में जितने में काम कर रहे हैं, प्रोफेशंस को आगे बढ़ाना है। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि NCD AP और तेलंगाना चैप्टर बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया है, सभी ने इसमें योगदान रहा है और खान सर का मैं काफ़ी शुक्रगुजार हूँ। सर, मैंने अपना कैरियर शुरुआत किया था NIHH कोलकाता सिकंदराबाद सेंटर से ही 1999 में। 2 साल में यहाँ काम किया था, बहुत सारा सीखने को मिला मुझे। उसके बाद फिर मैं बॉम्बे, दिल्ली और फिर अभी कोलकाता में हूँ। सो थैंक्स अलॉट, NIHH का बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि हर बार मुझे ऐसा मौका मिलता है कि मैं कभी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन छोड़ता नहीं हूँ और अच्छा लगता है मुझे सबसे साथ काम करने में। और मैं चाहूँगा कि वेस्ट बंगाल और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन सेंटर काफ़ी एक्टिव है, ऐसा नहीं, वहाँ के प्रोफेशन जो एजुकेशन के हैं, देर आर वेरी लीजेंड पर्सनस फ्रॉम द कोलकाता, वेस्ट बंगाल एंड नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट्स, जहाँ पे आउटरीच अनरीच पीपल्स आर देयर। नागालैंड है, मिजोरम है, दे आर ऑल्सो वर्किंग वेरी हार्ड। आई थिंक गायत्री मैडम देखी हैं वहाँ जा करके। सो टीचर ऑल वेरी एंथुसियास्टिक है और काम करने के आगे हैं। सो डेफिनेटली हम एश्योर करते हैं सर कि नेक्स्ट टाइम यदि NCD पॉसिबल होगा तो हम वेस्ट बंगाल में या कोलकाता में करने के लिए, अदरवाइज नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कहीं अच्छी जगह करने के लिए सोचेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। ईस्टर्न साइड, हाँ या एक्चुअली वेस्ट बंगाल चैप्टर एक था, एक्टिवेट था पहले, अभी सारे लोग अलग अलग हो चुके हैं। सो पहले गैदर करना पड़ेगा मुझे वेस्ट बंगाल चैप्टर और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न बनाने के लिए, और जितना जल्दी हो सकेगा आई विल डू माई वर्क ऑन दैट नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस। थैंक यू मैडम।
Now, this is the time to felicitate our senior teacher who is going to retire by June end of this year. She is none other than Dr. Shanti Prakash. So now I would like to, I am also proud of, because she missed yesterday. She was supposed to come yesterday. She was also my student. I am proud of her. So yes, she was also my student. Yeah, B.Ed. So, so that's what NIHH has given me opportunity. Okay, I'm proud of her. So she has sacrificed a lot for almost 30 years. She is 30 plus, 30 years. So now the best thing as a woman, she's doing the taking care of her husband who is paralyzed. That's a very, very sacrification she is doing. That's really, we are salute you, madam, for the way you are taking care of Prakash. The Prakash, I think most of the people know Prakash, so we are missing him here. Otherwise, he would have feel very proud, because last 2013 program, so at that time also I was the president, so she was secretary, and Prakash was, though I retired from the, I took a VRS from the NIHH, I have taken lead part, but Prakash is in the seat, so he and Shanti Prakash both were taken this that program very successfully, conducting in prestigious universities, Hyderabad Central University. That was very excellent program. So we appreciate for that Prakash and you, madam.
Why I brought her here, you know that? She was my teacher.
think sir is having our student photo, the then photo. Got printed, yeah.
So now, Dr. Shanti Madam wants to speak.
It's okay. It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today and receive this recognition. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this esteemed conference, NCD India, Dr. Meera Suresh Madam, and Mrs. Shilpi Narang, and other members, NCD Hyderabad, NCD AP and Telangana, the Professor P. Umar Khan sir, and Dr. Armugam sir, and other members for this wonderful gesture. This felicitation is not just a personal milestone for me, but a reflection of this collective efforts of many people who have supported me along this journey. Conferences like these are a testament to the power of collaboration and shared learning. It is through such platform that we exchange ideas, foster innovation, and work towards solving these challenges and lie ahead in the field of education for the children with hearing impairment. While I am deeply honored by this felicitation, I see it is not as an endpoint, but as a reminder of responsibilities we all share. It motivates me to work harder, to contribute more meaningfully in our field, and to give back to the community that has given me so much. I dedicate this honor to everyone who has been a part of my journey and to the future generation of. Let us continue to strive excellence, support one another, and build a better world through our collective efforts. Thank you once again for this recognition and for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this incredible gathering. I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations ahead. Thank you. Thank you once again for everyone.
Now the paper presenters, so I will be getting their certificates here. So before to that, I would like to request our today's chief guest, B. Srinivas, Mr. B. Srinivas Garu, please.
నమస్కారం అందరికీ బాగున్నారా? నాకు తెలుసు మరి ఖాన్ సార్ మంచి లంచ్ పెట్టారు అని, రైట్? సో కొద్దిగా మీరు ఉత్సాహంగా ఉండాలి. ఓకే, గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ ఎవ్రీవన్. The distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and the stalwarts, Saraswati Madam, Meera Madam, Gayatri Madam, Subda Madam, and Amarkesh ji, and the NCED national office bearers, and also the organizing committee, of NCED India International Conference 2025 and the award recipients, the resource persons and participants. Good afternoon. It is an immense pleasure and honor for me to stand before such an esteemed gathering at the conclusion of this third day NCED India International Conference with the theme Empowering Diverse Learners, Innovations, Collaborations and Inclusive Practices. I feel privileged to be here today witnessing the passion, commitment and dedication that each one of you brings to the field of education. When we talk about empowering diverse learners, we are acknowledging a fundamental truth, that is, every learner is unique. While some students may face challenges related to speech and hearing, others may have different needs that impact their learning experiences. However, what binds them all together is their potential to thrive when given the right support, the right tools, and the right environment. Over the last 3 days, we have explored numerous ways to embrace diversity in the classroom. We have examined innovations that make learning accessible and enjoyable for students with varying needs. We have explored the power of collaboration between educators, specialists, and families to ensure that no child is left behind. And we have learned how inclusive practices are not just beneficial, they are essential for the holistic development of all learners. Being a professional in the field of audiology and speech and language pathology, from my experience, I can tell you that the importance of inclusion cannot be overstated. Children with hearing loss, speech disorders, and communication challenges often face significant barriers to learning, but with appropriate interventions, these barriers can be overcome. We have witnessed time and time again how speech and language therapy coupled with tailored teaching methods can work wonders. It's not about fixing the learner, but rather about identifying the strengths within each child and adapting our methods. I'm highlighting adapting our methods to meet their needs. The depth of knowledge, the wealth of ideas, and the innovative practices that have been shared during this 3 days convention have been truly impressive. The discussions we have had, ranging from assistive technologies and individual teaching strategies to the latest in research, have opened new doors for possibilities for how we as educators and specialists can collaborate to create an inclusive and empowering environment for all learners. I also want to take a moment to emphasize the importance of collaboration in this journey. For any initiative to be successful, it requires a collective effort. So a collaboration not only with your fellow educators, but also with speech therapists, audiologists, psychologists, and families can ensure that every learner has the opportunity to reach their fullest potential. As you go back to your respective institutions and communities, I encourage you to carry forward the spirit of collaboration and inclusion that you have learnt here. Whether it's through adopting lesson plans, incorporating assistive technologies, or advocating for policies that support diverse learners. Each action you take can make a difference. You are the change makers, the advocates, and the voices of empowerment for learners who deserve to be seen, heard, and understood. I also urge you to reflect on the innovations that we have discussed over the past few days. The future of education is rapidly evolving, and it is up to us to harness the potential of emerging technologies and strategies to enhance accessibility and inclusivity. There is a wealth of knowledge at our fingertips, and now more than ever, we have the tools to create truly equitable learning environment. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the office bearers of NCED India and organizing committee of NCED 2025, all the stalwarts in the field of education present here from all corners of India and globe, participants and speakers for their contributions. You all have demonstrated a deep commitment to improving the educational experience of diverse learners across India and beyond. The work you do is vital and deeply impactful, and it will have lasting effects on countless lives. As we leave this convention, let us remember that the journey toward empowering diverse learners is not a destination, but a continuous process. It requires patience, perseverance, and above all, compassion. But with each step we take, we move closer to a future where every learner, regardless of their challenges, can shine brightly and achieve their dreams. Thank you once again for this incredible opportunity to be a part of this meaningful conversation and convention. I wish you all the very best as you continue to inspire, innovate, and empower learners. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srinivas Garu.
Now we are going to awarding with paper presenters with the certificates. Now I request our chief guest and other dignitaries to distribute the certificates for paper presenters. Now I'll call first one Aditi Atre.
Pallavi Singh, please come.
Susan Kazi. Susan Kazi, Aparna Tiwari, Prerana Yadav, Santosh Yadav, Prerana Yadav. Next, Santosh Yadav. दो पेपर सर अंजना लक्ष्मी రెండు సంతోష్ నెక్స్ట్ దిశా ట్యాంక్ Anjana Lakshmi. Anjana Lakshmi. Okay. Umang Tripathi. Umang Tripathi and Disha Tang. That's okay, sir. Umang Tripathi. That's right. Sheikh Gulab Jan. రాలేదనుకుంటా సార్ పక్కన. Aparna Tiwari. Aparna Tiwari, is she there? She's there or not? Aparna Tiwari. Disha. Sheikh Gulab Jan. Sagar Ali Khan. Sagar Ali Khan. Yeah.
Sumana. Sumana.
Next, Ambuj. Niharika. Maria. Niharika. Maria. Ravi. Next, Ravi.
See, I compared them to USA. They told they will not consider my paper when I presented. When I started, they said they will not consider this. But after that they considered. So that's what I'm saying. Don't go with structure monotonously. Go with the way. So this is paper presentation.
Nice. Aditya Verma. Poonam Mahatre.
कस्टमर पोस्टर का भी नहीं है मैम, ओनली बाद में दे दें। प्रीति सुभास्मिता बिश्वाल, सुभास्मिता सुभास्मिता या विष्णु माया, दिव्या विभूति, विष्णु माया is there? विष्णु माया इदొకటి వన్ విష్ణు మాయ ఉంది దివ్య శక్తి సెల్వే రజని రంజని రజని రాశారు యూ మే కరెక్ట్
Sagar Ali Khan.
ओके ओके हाय हाय अमरकेश महिन नहीं 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 हम लोग ना
यही तो कॉर्पोरेशन वाला काम है, नाम थोड़ा लगेगा।
या अमरकेश महेंद्र सर Amarkesh Mahendra sir. And all remaining paper presenters, please collect these certificates from Mr. Gauss and the participants.
ब्लैंक जा रहा है ना, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा।
Yeah, good. अभी and I request all the remaining participants, please collect certificates from reception, and the remaining paper presenters collect from Mr. Gauss. Now I request, please be seated.
Wait for the group photo.
One for group photo session is there. After that, Jai Hind bolna, Janagana Mana.
Group photo.
Okay.
Oh, better.
Now I request all the participants to stand and say national anthem. Hi, hi. Yeah. बाद में देता. Now I request, please be seated. All of you certificates are with me. Please don't go outside. All other certificates for resource persons and panels, chairs and co-chairs are with us. So please be seated. Please wait some time. Okay? group photo session is there. We need to send the photograph to the RCI. Otherwise, आपको points नहीं मिल जाएगा. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. We'll take picture from this side. Okay? Please be seated.
Hello. Please don't go out
Certificates are with us only.
unless we say and have the national anthem. Please wait. And we want your group photo. Group photo is not it's not possible to do here. So wherever you are sitting, please stand up. The photographer will take from here. We will stand there.
Yeah, please. National anthem पहले गाना गाओ ना. पहले please be. Yeah.
Stand, please. Wherever you are, please stand there.
Please stand.
Yes.